My grandfather, who's dying fast from stage 4 cancer, woke me up this morning screaming that someone was trying to kill him. He said that everything in his room was turning on and off, and then the new astronauts in black, who were an old man and an old lady, told him everything was going to change. A transition was coming soon, and he watched the old lady cut open his abdomen, pull out a black sludge, and pull it into a blender, and the old man told him about Omega 1. He was telling this to my wife and my mother a bit. When I walked in, he said, "Grandson, sit down, don't leave me while crying." He said everything was going crazy and they were trying to kill me, until you walked in and they went away. He had a brain scan, I believe, an MRI last week, and there's no cancer in his brain. He's an ex-Marine and ex-Secret Service. He never saw combat. He was and still is a very mean and spiteful old man who was verbally, physically, and emotionally abusive to his children and grandchildren, including me. I took him in 6 months ago after he disowned me and didn't talk to me for 13 years, because as some would say, I have a complex here. We only found out he had cancer 2 months ago. I do have some spiritual connections that come from my Cherokee and Choctaw grandparents on my father's side. Not the one with cancer. He's on my mother's side. They believe that I was what they call a dream walker, a spiritual warrior in a sense. When we dream, we enter into a different plane of existence where all people's spirits and dreams are connected to each other's. Like silk in a spider's web, a dream walker can control their own dreams and connect with others in this web. So if that makes me some type of repellent for bad energy, I don't know, but I'm sure you all will find some way to figure it all out. You're all very intuitive. But he only has a week, if not less, to live. So another sad update soon. My father enjoys recounting the tale about the time he experienced paranormal activity in an area north of our community called Fairy Run. Well, in the mid to late 90s, my father was an avid outdoor sportsman and frequented a lot of the same ponds to trout. One such pond is named Pike's Pond. Pike's Pond is situated in a small valley, almost dead center between my community and the neighboring community to the north. Now, most of this valley and the surrounding hills is home to Fairy Run. It was in the winter, there was snow on the ground, but the pond wasn't frozen over. My dad took the morning to try and catch some trout. After an hour or so of being completely alone, he heard what sounded like two teenage boys having a conversation, walking down the hill over the marsh towards the pond. He heard the voices get louder, as if they were getting closer, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. The instant that the two boys should have walked out of the tree line and into the clearing, the voices stopped. Now, my father thought nothing of it at the time. He figured that maybe the boys saw him and just didn't want to share the pond and turned around and walked back. But when my father packed up to leave and started to walk back home, over the marsh and up the hill, he noticed there was only one set of footprints in the snow. Those footprints were the ones that he made when he walked down to the pond. There should have been 3 sets of prints coming down and 2 going back. This really freaked out my father. He isn't the type to lie to someone, and why would he lie to me? It's not like he's trying to keep me away from there. I'm a grown man now. Anyway, I believe every word he says, and I'll see if I can get more stories out of him. And my grandfather too. He's a fountain of stories. In the eastern corner of Fairy Run, nestled in a small valley, where the streams flow to a pond called Lily Pond, in a small village, now part of my community, called Gaddon's Mash, or Gaydon's Mash, depending on what part of town you're from. Many years ago, there were only a few separate families living in Gaddon's Mash, one of which were the Merrigans. Now, the Merrigans were farmers at the time. They owned a large piece of land, stretching many acres without interruption, except for the railway cutting through. The eldest Merrigan, who I shall call Old Man Merrigan, was a very crooked and nasty person who had many children and shared his land with them. Old Man Merrigan had an old house with thin glass windows, tattered clapboard siding, and rotting cedar shingles. Now for the story. Sometime in the mid-1930s, Old Man Merrigan passed away. Back then, funeral homes weren't a thing, so families woke their loved ones in the parlour, similar to a living room or family room. The Merrigans were Catholic, so the Catholic priest at the time, Felix D. McCarthy, came to the house in the early evening to say prayers and a rosary. When Felix stepped into the parlour, solemnly he said, "There is a great evil in this house with us. No one shall leave this place until dawn. You must draw the curtains tight and lock all the doors." He was a very wise and respected man, so all the guests did as he said. As the night went on and the sky grew dark, mysterious things began to happen. The candles which the family had lit began to go out on their own. The wind outside picked up to hurricane-force winds. There was no hurricane. As time went on, they could hear screaming and shouting of pain from outside, and what sounded like hundreds of hands beating the house all at once, over and over again. Doors inside the house could be heard opening and slamming shut. Glass windows in other parts of the house began to shatter. This strange and terrifying phenomenon lasted the whole night until dawn when it stopped. As light began to shine through the curtains, Felix instructed everyone to step outside. It was a beautiful sunny morning when they stepped outside, but they were horrified by what they saw. There was not a single blade of grass left in the entire yard, which formed a perfect circle around the house. All of the clapboard siding had been torn from the house, many of the shingles had disappeared from the roof, and most of the windows were broken. I had the current Merrigan landowner tell me this story. I believe Old Man Merrigan was his great-grandfather, but his grandfather was among the crowd trapped in the house. He told me he always gets a very uneasy feeling, like something evil wants him gone, when he goes there. I don't know what Americans do, but where I'm from, on the weekend closest to May 24th, we take Monday as a holiday in celebration of Queen Victoria's birthday, May 18th. It's a really big deal, like we have songs about it and everything. Anyway, for May 24th weekend in 2019, my group of friends and I decided to go camping. We scoured the surrounding woods of our town for a decent place to camp, and we settled on a little flat corner of a field at the bottom of a hill. The field is called Kennedy's Plains, basically an old homestead where the Kennedy family once lived. Only thing is though, Kennedy's Plains is situated right smack in the middle of the area outside town called Fairy Run. Now nobody knew we were in Fairy Run, and I never told anyone until after. That's when the stories started to flood in. To add a little context to this, I'm going to use names in place of my friends. Don't want to use their real names. There was Sam, Zeke, Bren, Dick, Brad, Chris, Len, and myself. The camping trip started out pretty normal. We drove up on ATVs with trailers in tow, full of gear. We set up 3 tents. Bren and Dick's were on the far left. Sam, Zeke, and myself had ours in the middle. And Brad, Chris, and Len had the biggest tent to the right. We got a nice fire going and started cooking up some food. Zeke, Brad, Chris, and Len hopped on their ATVs and drove off to the other side of town where all the popular girls were camping to hang out for a bit, leaving Sam, Bren, Dick, and myself. The fire was going well, and we had a lovely feed of boiled mussels. Nothing strange happened at that point. Around 11 p.m, Zeke, Brad, and Chris come back, laughing and chatting about the time they had. Len stayed back to try and get some skin off the girl he had been obsessing over for the past 2 years. He didn't get any. Len came back around 11:45. He was frightened when he came back. He said that just before he reached the field, a big figure darted out into the path before him and ran off into the trees. He said it was really fast, so it couldn't have been a moose. We passed it off as paranoia and dumped a 2 litre of Pepsi on the fire. I also pissed on it, it's tradition, and settled in for some sleep. It was a pretty shitty sleep. The ground was hard and a little uneven. Zeke and I woke at about 5 a.m. to go piss, and both decided to head down to Pike's Pond for a little bit of fishing. We made it to the pond and fished for 45 minutes, and decided to head back, empty-handed. We got back and started the fire back up and cooked breakfast for the crowd. After that, we all decided to head down to Pike's Pond to fish and relax. A narrow woods path was all we had to take to get down there, but made it down fine. One after another, we got bored and decided to head back to camp. I left first and alone, but made it back to fine. Sam, Zeke and Brad came back together. I thought they made it back fine, but they had something strange to say. They told me that they felt like they were lost and everything was unfamiliar. They thought they were walking in circles and said that they had been lost for almost an hour. Impossible, because it's only a 10-minute walk. Anyway, we packed up and left around noon. Of course, as irresponsible teenagers, we left a massive amount of garbage on the ground, and Dick even left his tent. The rest of the story continues 2 weeks later at Brad's shed. He had a huge crowd of like 15 people, small-ass shed too. We started telling spooky stories. That's when I brought up Fairy Run. Brad's jaw dropped. He then started to talk about the night we were camping. He had a very strange experience. Brad woke up sometime in the night along with Chris. They heard a strange noise and a minute later, a hand pressed in on the side of their tent. The hand then made a streak and ran across the side of the tent, left to right. This should have been impossible. There was a massive tree behind their tent. The two got scared and told whoever it was to fuck off. Chris went back to sleep, but Brad couldn't. A little while later, Brad said he heard what sounded like the fire, starting to roar. This was impossible. We put the fire out before we went to sleep. He then said the fire sounded like it started to get louder and moved towards their tent. At which point, he said the fire started to circle the tent rapidly, but eventually went away. Brad tried to sleep and dozed off. Brad woke up another while later to the sound of footsteps outside his tent. Now, my ATV was parked to the right side of his tent, so he thought it was me. Brad called out my name, but instead a woman replied, "Yes?" He froze. There was no woman with us. The nearest house was about 1 kilometre away. Who came out there just to say one word? After he told us this, Brad said he will never go back there. He's too scared, and I don't blame him. Brent also told us that he returned to that spot a day after to go clean up the garbage we left behind, including the tent. However, there was no sign that we were ever there. He even took a picture as proof. The rest of the guys also testified that they felt like they were being watched the whole time. For those who don't know, Fairy Run is a general area, situated halfway between my hometown of Carbonear and the town of Victoria to the north. The area is notorious for paranormal activity and is home to hundreds of spooky stories from hundreds of people dating back 300 to 400 years. My grandfather told me this one night while drinking in his shed. A few hundred years ago, a lot of people used to live up there. It was away from the ocean. Everyone was afraid of the pirates and privateers that would burn and pillage the town. My 7 times great-grandmother, who I'll call Nan, was among one of the residents of Fairy Run. One cool, foggy day, Nan took a stroll down to the edge of Pike's Pond, a pond situated in a valley on the west edge of Fairy Run, and spotted a young woman dressed in a white nightdress. She had long, tangly hair and was bent down over the water. As Nan got closer, she noticed the woman was drowning a newborn baby in the pond. The woman stood up and turned to Nan. She then let out an ear-piercing scream, similar to that of a banshee. This terrified Nan. She took off and ran home as fast as she could. The strange woman was never spotted again. This experience changed Nan. She was never the same. She became very cold and distant. One could compare it to PTSD today, I would imagine. She lived a long life, well into her 90s. Eventually, she died sometime in the late 1700s. They said that when she died, her left eye fell out of its socket and rolled out onto the floor of the house. My grandfather used to be a heating technician before his passing. He would sometimes have to venture out into the backwoods or into the country to work on different things out there. This story he told me multiple times, sticking to the same story every time. On this job, my grandfather had to go to a church that wasn't in use, but still being maintained so that it could eventually be used. Anyways, he said this church was locked up every night, and the night he went to work on the boiler room, it was locked and chained up, and he was the only one with the key. He opened it up, locked the door after he got in, and went to the basement. He explained how everything was normal. He was going about his job like usual, working on whatever he did. I have no clue what heating technicians do. When he heard footsteps, he emphasized that these were footsteps, and even recorded the noise on his phone at the time, now long gone, and explained to me how the noise sounded like someone walking, not the church settling or wood making noise. He shrugged it off and got back to work. Eventually, paranoia got the best of him, and he turned around toward the stairs to double check no one was there. At the top of the stairs, he said there was a middle-aged lady in a white dress, hovering just slightly above the ground, looking at him. She then, while hovering, turned 90 degrees to her left and floated away. He said it spooked him so bad, he packed up his tools and fucked off. When my dad was in his teen years, he and his brother lived at home with their mom and dad. On this particular day, my dad explained that he and his brother were sitting on the floor watching TV. Maybe not on the floor, maybe on a chair, but I recall them saying floor. And my grandmother and grandfather were sitting on the couch. Out of nowhere, they hear the bathtub running on full blast. Both temperature knobs, hot and cold, were turned all the way to the right, and the water head was just blasting out water. My dad told me everyone looked at each other puzzled, and my grandfather got up and calmly turned the knobs off to the left to shut off the water. Fast forward maybe 2 to 5 minutes later, and the bathtub's hot and cold knobs are again seemingly turning all the way to the right, and water starts shooting out. This time, everyone freaked out, and my grandfather turned the knobs off again. And after that, it never happened again. Some backstory to help. My grandfather passed away almost 2 years ago, so I can't ask for his point of view about the event. And I rarely see my uncle anymore, and when I do, I don't remember to ask him. My grandmother and father also told me that the house belonged to someone who died in his sleep prior to them buying it. That's why the house was for sale, because the man obviously didn't own it since he died. This took place in the late 80s, early 90s. I've always considered the possibility that the paranormal exists, and I admit to having experiences that I couldn't explain, but can't stretch belief quite far enough to call them supernatural. This was something unlike anything I've ever experienced. I have moderate insomnia. I'll be awake for 42 to 50 hours, sleep for 4 to 5, be up for another 18, etc. Eventually a day comes where I just rack out for around 14 hours. This happened in the middle of one of those crashes. It was dead ass of the night around 3 a.m. I just woken up and felt parched, so after visiting the bathroom and washing up, I ventured out to the tiny galley kitchen to get some iced tea from the fridge. I fully admit that I was only half awake and very irritable at feeling so unreasonably thirsty. I poured myself a cupful, downed it, poured a second and turned to take it with me back to my room and go back to bed. The range hood light over my stove is always on, and it serves like a night light so it wasn't dark. Fridge door closes, I can hear the clink of the condiment bottles on the door rattle against each other, and I freeze as in the middle of the dining room I had just walked through is a woman with a young girl standing there staring at me. The aforementioned ranged light makes colours easy to see, and they just don't have any. It's like I'm looking at a 3D projection of an old-timey black and white photograph. The pair wore clothes I can only describe as old. Between my half-asleep state and foul mood, I just snapped at the image. What? It was like speaking flipped a switch and both woman and girl looked suddenly terrified and then just whooshed backwards through the dining room wall, like they were attached to a bungee cord or something. I waited a moment, then went back to my room, closed the door, locked it, and crawled back into bed, honestly just too exhausted to process terror. My initial thought was that it was some quasi-lucid dream, but I don't even know where the influence for it would have come from. So back when I was in elementary, I think it was like grade 5, my school only went from kindergarten to grade 9. So junior high, 7 to 9, was in a different area of the school. Elementary students would rarely be allowed to walk in the junior high hallways unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, multiple grades had one bathroom on their floor. My class was on the second floor of the school, which meant my bathroom was at the end of that hallway. I remember it was lunch that day and it was the middle of winter, so no one really wanted to go outside. At least I didn't. So me and my other 2 friends would always try and walk around to delay the time as much as possible. I needed to use the bathroom, and because we were stalling, the halls were pretty much empty since everyone had gone outside. I went into the bathroom and gave my jacket to my 2 friends to hold them outside the bathroom. There were only 4 stalls at the end of the room, and the sinks were right next to the stalls. Everything was all up against one side of the wall. That meant that when you stand right in front of the stalls and look to your left, you would see straight out into the hallway, which my friends were standing right at the doorway. I always had an eerie feeling when I went to the bathroom alone, and that made it worse was that Bloody Mary was very popular during that time. So you would always see kids doing Bloody Mary in that bathroom and others trolling by turning off the lights. I decided to go into the very last stall so it was right against the wall. While I was doing my business, I started hearing breathing, accompanied by what sounded like when someone sniffles if they have a runny nose. It sounded extremely close to me, like literally right there or right next to me. I don't know if I was just paranoid, but I genuinely thought it was one of my friends trying to prank me. I even called out their name that they entered the bathroom and literally stood right there. I even checked under my stall door for their legs, but didn't see anything. I kept hearing it, and at this point I got really spooked, but I still thought it was them because since the sinks were right next to the stall sometimes, we'd hide behind the stall to scare our friends when they came to wash their hands. I slowly opened my door and did a peek before I even went out, because I was convinced they were trying to scare me. However, I saw nothing and looked straight out into the hallway where I saw they had actually left my jacket on the floor. Now, I was still convinced because I even did a peek around the corner where the sinks were ready to scare them back. I got chills the moment I realised I was really alone. I ran out, grabbed my jacket off the ground, and ran straight outside. When I found my friends, they were all the way in the field of the playground, meaning that there was no way they could have been trying to scare me, and instead ran out right away. Keep in mind, We were 2 floors up and they weren't even breathing heavily. I asked them about it and they said they didn't even enter the bathroom. After that, I didn't like going to the bathroom alone, and I still don't know what it was that I heard that day. When I was about 14, my family and I went to a rural place in a prefecture called Nagano on a trip. We had to drive through the mountains for a while. When we drove past a parking lot on the side of the mountain road, I heard a man's voice saying, "Excuse me?" The voice sounded sort of devoid of energy, or soulless, yet it was so clear. It sounded so lifeless that I got the impression that he was injured and asking for help. But at the same time, it sounded like my brain had tricked my ears, so I ignored it. In Japan, we call it sky ear when you hear things that aren't there. So about 5 seconds after hearing the voice, I told my family, "I just heard sky ear." My brother said, "Me too." My father, who was driving, looked back and said, "Someone said, 'Excuse me,' right?" My brother then responded, "I heard, 'Help me.'" My father took a U-turn and drove back. He parked on the side of the parking lot, got out with my brother, and started looking for the person. There were a few cars parked, so they were even looking under those cars. My mother, who was sitting behind me, was confused because she had not heard the voice at all. At this point, we didn't even think it was anything paranormal. We were concerned that there may be someone injured or dying. But while waiting in the car, both my mother and I suddenly started feeling spooked out. My mother was especially freaking out, saying, "I'm feeling really scared all of a sudden." My father and brother then came back into the car, looking confused. My father kept saying that it was surreal because they went to see if there was anywhere the person could have gone to, but there was no path behind the parking lot. It was sort of a steep cliff, and there was no soul in any of the cars or down the cliff. I still remember what the voice sounded like. It was an adult male voice, and it sounded so flat and monotonous that you would think whoever said it wasn't quite alive. During the summer of 2009, shortly after graduating high school, my father and I traveled to Estes Park, Colorado. I'd always been fascinated by the paranormal and convinced him to book a room at the infamous Stanley Hotel. Upon arrival, something certainly felt odd about the building. Not necessarily negative, yet a strange tension filled the air. The hotel offers its own ghost tours, where guides recount various reports of encounters with the hotel's many spirits. Jim Carrey had apparently left the hotel in a flustered panic while filming Dumb and Dumber in 1994. Stephen King had of course wandered the halls alone in the late 70s, during the hotel's off-season, which would inspire him to write The Shining. Either that very night or the following night, my father and I decided to perform our own séance of sorts. Nothing could help me anticipate the events that followed. We had first asked if there were any spirits in the room, could you please respond by knocking? This was followed by a knock on the wall. Shortly thereafter, we asked for the spirit to reveal itself, which was followed by a full-bodied apparition emerging in the corner of the room, which appeared to be a male, possibly bearded. I ran out of the room, didn't feel threatened, more so my mind was trying to process what I had just witnessed. Years later, my grandmother captured what appears to be an F.O. Stanley in the main stairwell near his portrait. If possible, I'll link the photo here. I highly encourage enthusiasts or skeptics to either visit the Stanley Hotel or the town of Eureka Springs, Arizona, the downtown area, if they want a chance to experience something beyond the general realm of normality. So my parents and I moved from the Midlands to Cornwall. We looked all over the county for somewhere to live when we first moved down, and finally found this place in a nice, quiet neighbourhood, attached to a small village. This bungalow wasn't well known or anything, it was just a normal place. The elderly couple who moved in when it was built in the 60s had been the only occupants. When we first arrived to view it, it was warm and seemed like a nice, cosy 3-bed bungalow. The old lady who lives there was mobile and the place was well kept. She said to us she had lost her husband a few years prior. He had been working in the back garden, didn't feel too well, and came back in and sat at his place at the table. He either suffered a heart attack or heart aneurysm and died right there and then at the table. After we moved in, there was no signs of anything untoward for a long time. My bedroom was the couple's old bedroom. It was an L shape with the bottom of the L being the short corridor to the hallway. I had a mirror on this L, so I could see most of the mirror from the reflection when in bed. At the time, I wasn't sure if this was just me, but whenever someone would come into my room or get near the doorway, the pressure or feeling in the room would change. Not in a bad way, but you could feel it. It's the same feeling of that age-old instinct we all have when there's someone in your personal space. This corridor was about 3 meters from the end of my bed. I'd like to point out that this feeling I had was never wrong. I could even feel it with my Xbox headphones on, sitting at the end of my bed, looking in another direction. People, young family members, trying to sneak up on me. The dog, whatever, you could feel it. I'd be in bed at night, and this feeling would go off, and at the beginning, there was no noise. After a few months, I would hear the pitter-patter of someone walking in socks on the carpet. They would walk into the room, stop where the corridor became my room, pause for 10 to 15 seconds, and then pitter-patter out. No one was there. The pitter-patter would come all the way into my room. Then one week, stuff went crazy. My parents wanted to change the kitchen, so began planning to rip bits out and upgrade it from the 60s decor. I was lying in bed with the lights on listening to music, with my eyes closed, and I felt someone blow in my face hard, like blowing out candles. I was like, what the fuck? Didn't really understand what happened. Then the next day, my mum and I are in the lounge and we hear a massive bang and glass smash. We go into the kitchen and the glass diner mats we have, one is smashed where the guy sat when he died. But smashed in a weird way. The surface is fine, but the second layer is cracking and splintering out. More stuff happened over the next few days. For example, windows opening, stuff going missing and ending up in my room. Then we ripped the kitchen out and everything stopped except the pitter-patter. Years later, I met my wife and she moved in for a while. She too heard the pitter-patter some nights when we were in bed watching TV. After years of reading ghost novels, I understood that the things I didn't think too much of were a paranormal presence. For the past 9 months or so, I've been chronically seeing angel numbers. Up to 28 numerical synchronicities a day, and it's really making me weary. This aside, I've been having other coincidences, like finding white feathers, animals in random places, especially bees, being placed in my hand, or other occurrences also with pigeons. I've been praying consistently and asked Jesus during prayer if he could stop it if it wasn't from him. Yet they haven't stopped. During prayer, I've been having a lot of burning during it. The best way to describe it is intense heat, as well as feeling like my heart is being touched. On top of all these past 2 years, I've been having biblical dreams, but there are 2 that stand out. One dream about the rapture back in late 2019, and a dream with a demon back in early 21. First dream. The whole sky was filled with dark, thick clouds, which covered all the city in which I was in. My feet were on the roof of my apartment building, and I was looking up as the wind was blowing in a non-inviting fashion. I felt fear and wonder at the same time. The sky opens, and there's a big cross on the sky which pours in insane amounts of light, almost as if the sky was splitting to form that from. There was not a single sound in the city. It was just me dumbfounded, looking up with intense fear. This one dream was in November 2019. Second dream. It all started in a park where I was hanging out with my friends, and it seemed that we were drinking. After a while being there, I saw this regular person, same as any other, come into the friend group and start talking with everybody. He was so damn charismatic. Then, we all go home and I return to my apartment. Here, I live with this one real beautiful girl, yet I know she's not real. I know she's an android and nothing more than smoothed metal just for my eyes to see and my mouth to draw. Despite all this, she was cold, yet she seemed to be my only company at the time. I go into my room and out of nowhere, I get a flashback in my dream, which projected me into an era from long ago. My sight witnessed kings, queens, and powerful people from back many millennia, centuries, decades, and later years ago. All of them seemed to connect with this atrocious being, which looked like a merge between a bug and a human with melted flesh. As this happened, strings were created on them, leading to this one hideous thing. The memories from time ago faded. I was left in my room again. Less than a minute passed till, in the dream, time stopped. I could move, but everything in the room came to a stop. As I turn my back and I see this one thing, the thing is right next to me. If decadence married malevolence, this would have been its offspring. As time froze up first, I came second, but not for too long. I became more aware of my dream and screamed the name of Jesus Christ, and this thing flew away in a ghostly fashion from my room. As I saw it running, I chased it to this one apartment in my building and I opened the door. The same charismatic guy was inside. As I saw him, I knew that thing was either inside of him or was disguised as him. I said the name of Jesus once again and the thing burned like no other. This dream happened in June of this year. I used to volunteer at the local hospital as a transporter for the rehab unit, physical, speech, and occupational therapy, and the transport department getting discharged patients to their ride home from August 2011 to November 2012. Here are my strange experiences from that time. One day, I was sent to find a woman in the North Tower and take her by wheelchair to the main entrance to get a ride home for my family. I found her room in a corner and heard someone moving around. I knocked on the door and got no response. Hearing her still moving around, I figured she didn't hear me and was getting her belongings packed. After seeing that the door was cracked open, I knocked again. After getting no response, I slowly opened the door to find the room empty. However, the restroom door was closed and I heard the trash can getting kicked and figured the patient I was waiting on was in there. A few more minutes went by and I decided to go to the nurse's station to ask about the patient. The nurse said nobody was in there. I told her about the restroom and she went to investigate. Nobody, but the trash can was sitting there across the room from where it would normally be, placed at an angle as though nudged there with a foot. Places like psych wards and asylums tend to have a creepy aura around them. This hospital had its own psychiatric wing, each floor dedicated to different types of patients. One floor was the suicide watch area, one was for the most dangerous patients such as violent schizophrenic, and one was the geriatric unit. After getting some experience with the rehab unit under my belt, I got sent alone to the geriatric floor. The only way in was through an old elevator, and the moment it first opened, I was creeped out. The back half was always cold despite having no air conditioning, and it felt like hundreds of eyes were staring at you. It was always a relief to get off that elevator, and going with someone else doesn't ease the feeling. I mentioned this feeling to a few other people as I trained them only to hear them say the name. Even other volunteers reported this too. Nothing ever seemed to come of it, but it sure was eerie. The strangest thing I ever witnessed in that hospital is the one that still haunts and fascinates me, even today. People from the transport department were sent to the rehab unit to take a patient to the main entrance to catch his ride home. He looked to be in his early 40s and in peak physical shape, with a muscular, athletic build. His family was with him, congratulating him on a full recovery. They were all eager to have him back home soon. The transporters were happy for him and said they were going to take him to the car, waiting for him outside, when the man clutched his chest and fell backwards onto the bed. All the nurses in the unit cleared the room and tried to resuscitate him. The moment he fell, I could feel an intense dread and sadness radiating from where he just stood. The nurses realised they couldn't save him after a few minutes, and a doctor came in and determined that the cause of death to be acute cardiopulmonary arrest. This was the only time I saw someone die. For the rest of the day, anyone who went to the rehab units, rehab patient rooms, or the hall between them could feel the same dread and sadness, with the air suddenly seeming to weigh a good 20 pounds. People who didn't know what happened coming off the elevator started pointing to the locked door to the rehab patient rooms and asking, "Did someone just die in there?" For those who have never lost a parent, I can't expect you to understand what it's like, and don't wish that kind of grief on anyone. Those who have been through it before are probably all too familiar with that ordeal. My story may be a bit unusual, but it's a strange but true one that I will tell to the best of my memory. My mom one day was diagnosed with ovarian cancer after experiencing pain she said was worse than childbirth and refusing to get it looked at for a solid month. An operation was scheduled to address the tumours found throughout her abdomen. A hysterectomy was carried out, along with the removal of a sheet of tissue covered in tiny tumours. She lost 3/8 of her blood and took a couple months to fully recover, but she did recover. She even signed up to participate in experimental chemo trials in the hopes of finding alternatives to traditional chemo that have less negative side effects. Things went pretty well for a while, and it all seemed to be promising. However, strange things started happening around the house occasionally. Something would frequently be in the basement imitating one of the cats when I was home alone late at night, and could see the cat it was imitating sleeping in the living room. And a shadow person occasionally revealed itself in the master bedroom. It would look like a man just short of 6 feet tall, in a hoodie, standing by the window at the foot of the bed, visibly breathing heavily but making no sounds. The doppelganger in the basement always creeped me out and scared me out of going to the basement while it was dark outside. The shadow person didn't frighten me. I'd see him and go about my business like, yeah, that's weird. Anyway, I started to encounter the doppelganger less often over time, and this particular shadow person more. In February 19, Mom was bleeding pretty heavily from what we figured was the site of the hysterectomy. She finally decided to get off the couch and let Dad take her to the hospital, after a few hours of him urging her to get it checked out, when blood was getting on the blankets and other things on the couch. I was finishing up maintenance on my aquarium when she left, and as I was dumping dirty water in the bathtub and bringing new water back to my bedroom to be treated and added to the tank, I saw the shadow person again after Mom left the house. This time, he wasn't just standing still. He was pacing around the bed between both windows with his right hand on his chin, left hand on the right elbow, and head tilted forward, as though worried sick and wondering what to do. Still making no noise, not even footsteps. I got the feeling from him that he knew she wasn't going to make it, and figured the same. She stayed in the hospital for a couple of weeks before taken away by helicopter to another hospital in my state's capital, since they were far better equipped to help her where the local hospital wasn't. Dad stayed with her as much as possible, and even took time off work to be by her side, only returning home to get new changes of clothes and handle any business he needed to take care of before making the trip back. Toward the end of the month, One of the doctors informed us that a previous experimental chemo treatment had destroyed her bone marrow, making her unable to produce her own blood cells, and said she wasn't going to make it. Mom decided to go off all chemo as a result and be moved to hospice to spend her final days in palliative care. I spent most of my time off work at home alone, looking after the cats. During her final week, things got seriously weird. I no longer saw the shadow person or heard the doppelganger, but something else was happening. What sounded like hundreds of men and women's voices filled the house, with whispered for a solid week non-stop. And while they spoke with American accents, it was a language I had never heard before and had no way of identifying. It wasn't frightening at all, but the air at home felt electric when this happened, as everything started to feel so surreal. I accepted that my mom wouldn't beat cancer. After coming home from work on March 3rd, I couldn't sleep very well. On March 4th at 1:25 a.m, the whispers stopped, and I could feel a familiar presence in my room behind me, hovering a couple feet in the air right in front of my closet. I looked over and saw nothing, but the presence was so strong there was no way it could all be in my head. I heard nothing, but knew my mom finally passed away and was right there. I told her everything would be alright and would get by just fine. She stayed for another minute or two before I could no longer feel the presence in my room. I fell asleep shortly afterward and woke up to see that I got a text from my dad. When I read it, I was spooked. It said that Mom died around 1:30 a.m. Another 4 days later, the viewing was held. I dreaded going in, but forced myself to do it. After walking to the mortuary, I was directed to go to the left and saw my dad there with my sister and an aunt and cousin from Mom's side. I didn't want to look to the right to see the body at the other end of the room, but ended up directing my gaze that way anyway. Grandma and some of Mom's siblings were crowded around the casket, and I was relieved that they blocked my view. While waiting for them to all walk away from the casket, I stayed and talked with the group at the room's entrance. After a few minutes, nobody was around the casket, and I saw my mom's body prepared for the funeral the next day. Some of Mom's siblings changed everything that was arranged for her and had her looking like the newest member of the Addams Family cast, with clothes and a hairstyle she never would have worn in life, just despite my dad. I slowly walked towards the casket, and as I did, things got very weird. I'll never forget this part. It haunts me today. Before I was even halfway across the room, I saw everything surrounding the casket start to turn shadowy. The closer I got, the more the darkness grew around the casket and spread to envelop the whole room, until everything was pitch black except myself, the body, the casket, and the decorations surrounding the casket, all of which I could still see like it was day. The moment I put my hand on the side of the casket, I could hear all the conversations going on in the background and remember my dad talking to someone about how Mom was in heaven. Though everybody's voices sounded distorted, ethereal. But I wasn't in the mortuary anymore. I was in some other place, a bleak, desolate landscape. The sky was dark with blue clouds. There were ruined buildings turned pitch black as though scorched. The ground looked the same way, and small fires dotted the landscape as far as you could see. They were no more than a foot in diameter at most, and scattered randomly with yards between them all. A bitter cold wind blew through this place, and I saw my mom there like she was still alive. Only she was looking round and seemed confused and devastated about why she wasn't in heaven, standing there with her arms crossed as though to keep warm. I, however, felt very differently about this place. I wanted to explore it, and it called to me like this is where I belonged, like it was home. My visit to that strange place was cut short as I was suddenly transported back to the mortuary. My body never left, of course, but it was intense. I didn't tell many people about this, mainly my siblings, dad, 2 cousins, and at most 3 trusted friends. My cousins insist that the place I saw was hell, but I have no clue what to think. It sure didn't seem like a hallucination. The funeral had no strange occurrences, but my mom's death still felt surreal to me, up until close to the end of the funeral. I didn't know how to process it and just felt numb while wanting to go back to the strange place I saw. It wasn't until I volunteered as a pallbearer that it started to sink in. Feeling the weight of Mom's body in the casket is something I needed to do. Suddenly, it all became real. The next day, I watched as Dad had to leave for work and saw Mom's reflection in the glass door behind me. I quickly turned around to see nobody there. It startled me, but I blew it off as a possible grief-induced hallucination and carried on. A couple of days after the funeral, a presence was suddenly in my bedroom with me while I was home alone that night. It felt angry, and I got an overwhelming feeling that whatever was there was repeatedly screaming two words in my mom's voice. Get out! I tried to ignore it until it made it clear that it was actually there. A gust blew from right outside me in the middle of the room toward the closed window, visibly moving the hairs on my arms. At that point, I grabbed a few things, locked the front door, left, and returned about an hour later with the house being calm again. A few months later was the last time I had any other strange experiences involving my mom. I was in the basement starting a load of laundry in the afternoon and folded a load of towels from the dryer. As I was headed towards the stairs, I got scared by what I saw. It looked like Mom crouched with her hands touching the ground in front of her as she looked up at me. Her skin and clothes were all grey, and her eyes looked cloudy like you'd expect to see after decomposition starts to set in. About 2 seconds after seeing me there, it looked like she was screaming, but making no sound before lunging right at me and vanishing within inches of me. I ran up the stairs and luckily haven't had anything like that happen since. I haven't had any other known experiences involving my mom, and I'm still not sure what to make of all that's happened. All I know, some weird things went down, and Mom still appears to me in my dreams occasionally, usually behaving as she did before the cancer diagnosis. I can only hope, after all she suffered, that she's finally at peace. A little background info. I was born and live in a city that is very new. It was only founded 86 years ago, so here we don't have ancient places heavy with negative energy, and so I've never felt anything at all here. I've always been an athlete, so I never felt short of breath or heart racing from doing light exercises like trekking or going upstairs. I work as a photographer, and I used to travel a lot around my country doing photo shoots. Used to, but in COVID times ain't doing that at all. So I've been to a lot of locations of all sorts. Big mansions, small abandoned shacks, farmhouses, quarries, abandoned movie theatres, etc. The first time I saw something, I felt really stupid, because I thought I was under some kind of suggestion. I was 18 years old and I was living in a small town in Georgia, USA, as an exchange student. My host family took us to a tiny mountain town for a pig/pork festival. We took the road early on a Saturday morning and arrived somewhere in South Carolina. Really can't remember the name of the place. Sometime after having lunch at a super charming place that seemed out of a vintage decor book. Along the way, my American father, that's how I called the members of the family that was hosting me, mentioned that there had been a Civil War battle in those mountains. We were going to spend the weekend at a cabin in the woods, with a pond in front and autumn trees all around us. I asked for permission to walk around the woods, which was given, with the warning to not go far, nor stay after dark. I did go a bit far, but didn't stay until it got dark. My American brother teased me, asking if I had found any soldier bones. Since I had gone out for a walk before settling in, I was the one who had to sleep in the attic. That night, no sooner than I laid in bed, I saw a tall male figure standing in the corner of my right. He was just there, watching me, with a disgusted look on his face. He looked like a very ragged, starved Confederate soldier. I felt a heavy presence on my chest, kind of like you get when in sleep paralysis, but I could move, and very swiftly too. So I sat up on my bed, started a bit more at the thing looking at me, started crying, tearing up a bit only actually, and ran down the stairs to the living room where my American brother was watching TV. He asked why I looked so damn spooked, and I said, "Nothing. Can't sleep." No way I'd tell him what happened. He would tease me till the end of times. We watched TV a bit, and he went to his bedroom, and I slept on the living room couch. Whenever I thought about that, I would always get mad at myself, because I was sure I spooked myself with the suggestions of Civil War bodies all around these mountains. The second time, there was no suggestion, and I, to this day, get nervous remembering it. I had travelled to a city, Bauru, in the state of Sao Paulo for a photo shoot. My host had gone to the bus station to pick me up. We went to a restaurant to have dinner, and then we took the road for another hour to get to a colonial farmhouse. It was dark when we arrived. The team took turns taking showers, and we stayed up a bit chatting about the next day's photo shoot. When I went to bed, a few minutes after I had laid down, I started seeing naked black people crawling up the walls like geckos. Their bodies were distorted, very thin and long limbs with huge eyes, hands and legs. All of them just looked at me with kind of blank expressions, but fully open, staring eyes. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I kept seeing them every time I opened my eyes. When the sun came up, I jumped off my bed and went to the kitchen. The owner of the house was up and preparing breakfast for us, and she asked if I had slept well. I said, "No, actually, I couldn't sleep at all." She looked at me with a curious expression and asked why, and I told her exactly what I had seen. She asked if I knew that the house had been a slave farm back in the colonial days. I frowned and replied that no, I didn't know that. She said, "Let me show you something." She got a key and we walked outside the house. She opened the door to an empty room with a low ceiling and asked me if I knew what that place was. I didn't answer, and she said this was the senzala, slaves' quarter. That goddamn senzala was exactly underneath my bedroom. I didn't feel any ghostly presence, but I did feel nauseous. She then showed me the pillory, original from back then, and for its historical value can't be destroyed, where the slaves were tied to and punished. I can tell you, I wasn't in the best of spirits on the photo shoot that day. The third time was in another photo shoot in another city. I went with a big team to a big vacant mansion to do a bridal gown editorial. As usual, I'd check the rooms to see where I'd set my lighting equipment, or to see if the place had nice natural light. But when I entered the master bedroom, I felt a horrible pressure on my chest. I could barely breathe, and my heart started pounding, and all my insides felt as if they were being compressed by hot hands. The moment I left the room, it stopped. When I went back downstairs, the guy responsible for scouting locations and getting props asked what I thought of the place. I said, "This place is gorgeous, I love it, but we're not going to use the master bedroom." He asked why, and I said, "I felt horrible there. I couldn't breathe and my heart was racing like crazy." His eyes widened and he told us, everyone in the team that was downstairs at that time, that the house had a sad story. A couple had 2 kids. The teenage boy was mentally unstable and killed himself in the master bedroom. The father, in grief, killed himself there as well a few months later. The mother and daughter left the house after that, and it hadn't been occupied since. I looked at him with very skeptical eyes, and he swore it was true. Even after having these experiences, I keep thinking to myself, show me the receipts. I want irrefutable proof that I'm not crazy, and these are not just strange, brain, hallucinatory farts. My uncle came to the United States from Central America in the mid-1980s and set up a lucrative medical practice on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. He purchased a large antebellum mansion in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. The second floor of this monstrously large plantation home had been used as an infirmary/hospital during the American Civil War. The original floorboards on the second floor had huge dark stains soaked into the wood. It was blood that had pooled from injured soldiers and had soaked into the floorboards. In an attempt to preserve the originality of the house, they had never been replaced. Once, when I was maybe 9 or 10 years old, my older cousins took me into a portion of the attic that had not been finished. In this part of the attic, there were many old-looking chests and other super old-looking pieces of furniture. They opened one chest that they called the bone box and showed me its contents. It was full of old, dirty human bones. My uncle said the bones were unearthed when they had dug in the backyard, when they were having the pool built. He said most of the bones were taken away or discarded, most of them arm and leg bones, amputations, and that the ones in the box were just some they'd kept. The previous owners of the mansion had been a strange couple. They had also done some work to the property and had installed a large but shallow fountain with black tiles arranged in a pentagram. The locals say the previous owners knew there was a bad presence in the house and channeled it to do satanic rituals. I can't confirm the rituals, but the pentagram-shaped black fountain was definitely strange. I can confirm that there was something very wrong with the house. I never saw anything that I could definitively say was a ghost or apparition. However, on more than one occasion when I spent the night there, I would experience severe sleep paralysis and would hear people moving through the halls frantically in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. On one occasion, my father and I were spending the night there before a fishing trip. House was on the water, and we slept in adjacent but separate rooms on the second floor. These two rooms were on one wing of the house, and that side of the house was otherwise unoccupied. As my aunt and uncle slept in their room on the first floor, on the other side of the house. The entire night, as I would begin to drift off, I would begin to hear a very loud banging, almost like someone hitting a hammer against a thick slab of wood over and over. I would shoot up in bed, and the noise would stop. This happened at least 3 times throughout the night. In the morning, my father asked me if I had any trouble sleeping. I told him yes, and described what I heard. He said he had no idea what I was talking about, but my aunt's dog had been running up and down the hall all night, keeping him up. I hadn't heard the dog, and my aunt said her dog was not even at the house, but was under observation at the vet clinic. The more I think about what I heard, the more I think that what I heard sounded like a steel cleaver or hatchet hacking through the arm or leg of a wooden slab. That's what I got. This story was told to me by my high school librarian, who also taught a Shakespeare class. This was to preface her own ghost story on how she saw the Chapel Hill ghost light. Apparently, she went down to Chapel Hill all the way from her college town to see the ghost herself with some friends. When they arrived at the tracks, it was a summer night around 10 p.m. They hopped out of the car and started down the railroad tracks looking for this ghost light. A light appeared in the distance, and it was slowly swaying. Getting a little closer to the light, it became more erratic. At one point, it started heading their way, where they retreated back to their car and headed back home to the college town. I was a senior in high school when I heard this story, and I was very skeptical. I thought to myself, no way, and Googled the Chapel Hill ghost light. And oddly enough, a lot of people have seen it themselves. I still thought it was a farce, but I had to go check it out myself. This was an odd time, with not much else to do either. 4 kids from my school just got expelled for partaking in illegal substances, and practically every one of my friends was grounded by this. I went to a small school, and we all hung out with each other, so when that ship sank, the whole fleet went down. Regardless, I convinced my twin brother, one of my buddies who was looking for something to do, and the basketball team manager, and we hopped in the car and headed down to Chapel Hill after a Friday night basketball game. Chapel Hill was about an hour and a half away from Nashville, and we were not prepared to say the least. It was a December night and awfully cold. We only had one flashlight that was powered by a battery and needed to be charged. After researching on Google, we found the optimal place to park the car for the voyage. Initially, we passed the railroad track and had to double back using someone's driveway. Once we got settled, we looked down the track and there was a very faint light. We didn't think too much about it, since it could have been anything. The building, another intersection for a road, or the ghost light. This light was about 100 yards away, so we started to walk towards it. However, once we started walking towards it, circumstances changed. First, the temperature dropped, noticeably. It was already winter and about 30 degrees, but all of us noticed a significant temperature drop once we started down the tracks. Secondly, as we got closer to the light, it would move farther away from us. Mentioned before, it was about 100 yards away, which isn't that far away. We walked about 100 yards towards it on this railroad track in the middle of nowhere, and it would move with us. Thirdly, the stagnant light started to sway very slightly. It was a gentle sway, where we could conclude that it wasn't a fixed light. It could have been the wind swaying the light, so we kept heading towards it. We walked about another 100 yards, and the light kept its distance. However, the swaying got erratic, as if someone was looking for something near the side of the tracks. Truthfully, this got all of us scared, but we really wanted to get to the bottom of it. We walked about 50 more yards, and the light started coming towards us, and our flashlight died. We booked it back down the tracks and got into the car and got the hell out of there. In the car, we checked the flashlight, and it still was showing it was fully charged and was working properly. My parents were the first ones to move into our house. They watched it be built, so having so much activity seemed really weird to me at first. Then I learned the history of our land. Apparently, a lot of the people in my area used to find arrowheads in the field where my house is now, and is rumoured to also be the site of an Indian burial ground. I'm not so sure if it is or not, but my best friend's family did confirm that a lot of arrowheads were found. So even if it isn't a burial ground, people most likely died on our land. Not only that, but all the women in our family are quite sensitive to the paranormal, especially my mom, cousin and I. My mom has always said I was sensitive, even as a baby. I knew when people died before anyone else did. I'd stare at one point at absolutely nothing, and I still to this day hear and feel stuff. When I was 2, my mom's friend's granddaughter died. Before mom got the call, I was pointing to the sky and saying, "There goes the baby, mommy." The same thing happened when Dale Earnhardt Sr. died, saying, "There goes the NASCAR man," before it was announced he was dead. I wouldn't sleep in my own bedroom until I was 7 because I always felt something bad was in there with me. I've always been able to sense when there was another presence in a room. I still do to this day, especially in my basement. My basement is a finished and furnished basement, not some dark, creepy one. When I was little, my parents made the one room into a playroom for me. I would refuse to play in there unless someone was downstairs with me, so my dad ended up turning another room downstairs into his own little man cave for that reason. We used to have a camper that I would play in, and one day, I looked out the window and thought I saw my dad standing outside of it, wearing dark jeans and a black shirt. I needed to ask him something, so I cleaned up and went over, but couldn't find him. So I went up to the house, but he was inside on the computer, wearing a red shirt. When I asked if he was out there and came in to change, he said he'd been in there with the same shirt for hours. My brother used to see a woman in white and could describe her in perfect detail, right down to the colour of her hair. I would not leave my room at night until I was 11ish when we got our dog, because I knew something was in the kitchen, always watching. When I was 12, I was at my friend Sarah's house, which is definitely haunted. I closed my eyes and saw a horrific scene play out. I saw a man in black chasing a young girl, no older than 7 or 8, and she ended up falling over the banister above the dining room. I still remember every detail of the girl, from her curly brown hair to the buttons on her blue and white dress. Records of the girl are unsure since it was a long time ago, but a man did die in that house not too long ago. 1940s, I think? Maybe a little later. At the age of 13, my friends and I did an EVP in a cemetery across from her house, and after we heard a noise, I asked if they could do it again. It happened again, and we bolted out of there. At 14, I was at my friend's house when my mom texted me and told me something pulled on her hoodie when she was doing the dishes. Trigger warning: abuse and miscarriage. When I was 19, I moved into the hotel I worked at to get away from my physically abusive ex. A month into living there, I found out I was pregnant. Now, this hotel is known to be haunted and actually has frequent ghost tours by a group of paranormal investigators, and has even been on the Travel Channel. I lived across from the most haunted room in the hotel, and I honestly think that made my depression even worse. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and quit taking my epilepsy medications. I constantly heard and felt things around me in that hotel. One day while working, I was cleaning in one of the rooms and felt a burning sensation on my back. When I lifted my shirt up, 3 scratches began to appear on my back. The paranormal group I mentioned above did an EVP session afterwards, and after 20 minutes of voices saying, "We didn't scratch her," one voice said, "Michael did it." Michael is known to be the little boy that wanders the hotel looking for his mother. Not too long after, I found out I was pregnant. I was actually really excited and saw this baby as the light at the end of the tunnel. So when a couple of people from the group came to the hotel for a birthday party, we went back to that room for an EVP with me there. When asked why it scratched me, it said protecting her. Then when we asked why and from what, it said she's pregnant. It didn't say what from, but I later found out. There's another ghost in that hotel that I didn't piece together until it was too late. They call her the Lady in Black, and I 100% believe she took my baby from me. A co-worker told me a story about when his friend was going through the yearly haunt they have in October. A lady in black told her she was going to steal her unborn baby. Not too long after that, she miscarried. After losing the baby, I moved back in with my mother. A few months later, the power went out in the hotel while I was working. When I was going to the bathroom, I heard a petite voice say, "Mommy?" I cried for hours because I knew that my baby was trapped there. End trigger warning. A year ago, my mom was laying in bed and started falling asleep. She opened her eyes for a second and saw a face staring down at her. She didn't dream it, she was still awake. In 2019, I moved into an apartment with my best friend, not knowing it was the scene of a murder-suicide until the lease was signed. I don't believe they're still there, but you can feel the residual energy where it happened. There are multiple entities in that apartment though, one of which seems inhuman. A week ago, my boyfriend was over, and he woke up at around 6 a.m. to see a creature crawling on the ceiling. The same thing my best friend saw after we moved in. In January of 2020, I had recently got out of the hospital, and my best friend had to go to her grandparents' house. So my downstairs neighbour/friend said she'd come up and stay with me. As we were laying in bed, she opened her eyes and said, "Not to freak you out, but there's a man above me staring at me." Obviously, I freaked out. I'm back at my mom's place until my boyfriend and I find a place of our own, and lately, for the past year or two, I've had to cleanse the house once a month or else the activity really picks up. I still feel negative energy at night. This happened around the end of November of last year, while I was at a late night party at a mutual friend's house. The night started off fine with us having a few drinks and talking about the classes we'll be having next semester. This pretty much went on till around 2 am, and by this time I wanted to go home since the party was already dying down, and most of my friends already left and I was practically there alone. Instead of wasting money on an Uber, I decided to walk home since my neighbourhood was a few blocks away, but it was still a decent walk. However, there was a shortcut. There was a secluded dirt road in the neighbourhood, which led to a stretch of walkway with an irrigation canal for crops, and it happened to lead straight to the backyard of my house. I began making my way to the lonely dirt road, and I started to second guess my decision, since that stretch of walkway can be pretty shady, especially at night because a few drug dealers and junkies like to hang out there. I mustered up the little courage I had, feeling confident that I'd be able to handle myself if shit ever hit the fan. So I proceeded to walk on the desolate road. The night sky was well lit. The moon illuminated my surroundings enough for me to see my environment pretty clearly. The walk was actually pleasant. The only thing that made it tough to navigate was the overgrown thorny weeds and mesquite branches that kept scraping against the exposed parts of my skin. As I continued to walk through the brush, I finally got to the clearing that led to the bridge, and to my relief, there didn't seem to be anyone in sight. As I began to cross the bridge, I then picked up a faint scent of lavender mixed with something rancid, like the smell of good cheese or days-old roadkill. I couldn't tell where the smell was coming from, but as soon as I made it to the other side of the bridge, the environment seemed to suddenly shift. It's hard to describe, but I felt this heavy pressure wash over me, like being submerged underwater, coupled with this gut feeling telling me that something about the environment was just off. I pushed this feeling off as a random anxiety attack, since I do get them sometimes, but deep down I knew this was different. To calm my nerves, I stopped walking and slowed breathing, and began to count to 10 while clenching and releasing my fists, to try and shake off this bad vibe, or whatever it was off of me. When I finished my little ritual, I felt slightly better and more at ease. I started to walk in the direction of my house, until I heard this odd grunting sound coming from behind me. I turned around and I saw a woman with short black hair and silky white gown, crouched down with her back turned away from me. She was just a couple of feet away from me, and it was strange, because when I crossed the bridge, I didn't see anyone around the area. Did I pass her without even realising it? I thought to myself. She was hunched over after all, and I do tend to get caught up in my own world. At this point, the faint smell from earlier was just overbearing. So much so, it started seeping into my sense of taste. I covered my mouth with the bottom of my t-shirt, trying to shield myself from it, while I yelled out the muffled words, "Hello, Mom, do you need any help?" She paid no mind to me as she continued to make that weird grunting noise, and I was creeped out at this point, so I walked away a couple steps and I turned to get one more look at her. She then decided to stand up, still with her head back turned to me, and muttered the word muerte, which means death in Spanish. Confused, trying to understand what the strange woman had said to me, she then slowly turned to meet my gaze, and all the blood in my body pooled in my gut when I saw her face. It was extremely long, too long for a normal human body to be supporting it. The head of this thing almost resembled that of a horse or a donkey's head, and the eyes, I'll never forget the eyes, as much as I've tried to. They were gaping pits of blackness, surrounded by a sea of red. A complete silence fell off the area, as I was terrified to stone by what I was witnessing. My brain, a scrambling mess, was trying to make sense of the unnatural abomination that was before me. The creature then decided to let out what I can only describe as a high-pitched scream. Like a cross between a pig squealing and woman wailing. My fight or flight reflex then kicked in, and I started sprinting to my house as fast as Usain Bolt. I didn't even bother trying to unlock the gate to my fence. I jumped over it with ease. My grandmother saw when I came barging into the house. The words couldn't leave my mouth to tell her what I saw, as the fatigue quickly kicked in after the adrenaline wore off. But afterwards, I described to her what I had seen. With a look of urgency, she then decided to perform a cleansing ritual that involves rubbing an egg all across my body in 3 circular motions while chanting a special prayer. She then cracked the egg she was using into a clear glass cup that was half filled with water, and when she did, the egg came out with streams of blood, and the yolk that came out of the egg looked similar to a human pupil, which was a very bad omen for the person who's being cleansed. After seeing this, she laid her hands on my forehead and chanted another prayer for about a minute, and threw the raw yolk out of our house and into the driveway. She didn't bother saying anything to me till the following morning. She reluctantly told me that what I encountered was an entity that specifically preys on men, kind of like a succubus, and told me that this thing had very dark and malicious intent, and I was very lucky to have gotten away from it. To this day, I haven't set foot on that stretch of road. When I was 13 years old, my mother wanted to pay respect to our grandfather, who passed away some time ago, especially with Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead. Around the corner, she wanted to leave my grandmother a small token of affection, to let her know she's still in our thoughts. So my mom, my younger sister and myself went on a trip to the cemetery where she was buried. To drive there was always the hardest part, since the cemetery is really out of town, and it takes almost around 2 hours or so just to get there. Keep in mind, this was pre-smartphone era. When we finally got there, I remembered we had to park far off into the distance, since the entrance didn't have paved roads for cars, and the terrain itself was very dense and wooded with mesquite trees and weeds, with the exception of a small, semi-cleared area where a large old oak tree stood. The name of the cemetery was Rio Grande City Cemetery, in Texas, one of the oldest cemeteries in town. It's been around since 1848. We made it inside the compound where my grandmother was buried, and we all got together and said a small prayer, and laid some of my grandmother's favourite items on the gravestone, and she continued to pray, while my sister and I started to explore the cemetery and the various types of towering gravestones and weathered statues that riddled the area. We then started to pick up a faint smell in the air. It wasn't overbearing, but it was noticeable. It had a musty, rancid quality to it. Thinking nothing of it, my sister and I continued exploring the surrounding area. It was at this point my boredom got the best of me, and I snatched my sister's Barbie doll she brought with her for the trip, and I started to antagonizing her into chasing me. Yeah, I know, I was an ass back then. Luckily for me, she was never a fast runner, and I easily ran almost halfway through the vast cemetery, while trying to look back to see if my sister was still chasing me. I tripped on one of the older gravestones and fell face flat on top of a really old gravesite. Just as I was getting up from my fall, I felt the ground beneath me start to shake, and this freaked me out. So I grabbed my sister's Barbie doll and sprinted back to where the entrance was, out of breath and shaking. I met up with my sister, who was already by the car, angrily waiting for my return. It was at this point where the faint, rancid smell from earlier began to grow. It was suffocating. It was odorous enough to reach all the way to where we were parked. Our mother, who was already making her way back to the car, even acknowledged the foul odor. It was nauseating enough to make her gag. I then started hearing what I can only describe as a scratching noise coming from the tall oak tree. It's almost as if something was clawing at the base of the oak tree. My sister heard it too, and that was enough for her to get in the car and push us to do the same. As we all got in the car and began to drive off, I noticed someone coming out from the back of the oak tree. It was a thin, pale woman in a red dress. She looked bruised and dishevelled. The odd thing that stood out to me was that the look on her face. She had a malevolent grin from ear to ear. It was the most unnatural, unsettling smile I've ever seen on a person. My sister, petrified, also saw the woman in red dress, and as soon as she came closer out on the road, my sister started shouting at the top of her lungs, "Why is her leg twisted like that? Make her go away!" It was at this point I noticed that one of her legs was twisted in an unnatural fashion. It was almost bent all the way backwards. She then stretched out her arm as we were leaving while doing this. She was saying something in a language I didn't understand, but we were already too far off to catch anything she was saying at this point. And to be honest, I don't think I'd want to know. I haven't set foot on that graveyard since this happened, and I don't know if what I saw that day was real or not, or if I just imagined the whole thing. I don't even know if my sister remembers the whole ordeal, and to be honest, I can never muster up the courage to ask her. But I did ask my mother if she remembers anything from that day, and she said she does remember the rancid smell. A while back, I was going through a tough time in my life, where I felt like I was stuck in a perpetual rut without any sight of immediate change. I lost my job, I was out of money, and I had to move back in with my folks to prevent myself from becoming homeless. It almost felt like as if everything I spoke into existence was immediately doomed to fail. I started praying to God in hopes of gaining some strength and wisdom to get through this challenging part of my life. But it seemed like all my prayers fell on deaf ears. I was already at the end of my rope. Then I went down the rabbit hole of YouTube, and I started to take a deep fascination into the occult. My interest led me into the darker aspects of magic and ritual summoning. I was aware of the general biblical lore of demons and the whole fallout with God, since I was raised in a semi-Christian household. But I wanted to know more behind the lore. So I decided to do my own research, and I studied the hierarchy of demons and their power over mankind, as referenced in the 22 Lesser Keys of Solomon. I learned about kings, dukes, princes, marquises, counts, knights, and presidents of hell. Each of the highest to the lowest of these entities have the power to bestow great knowledge and destruction and confusion onto people, while others have dominion over the elements, reversal of fortune, the ability to reveal sacred knowledge and bestow great wealth onto whoever the entity desires. This appealed to me the most, since I was at a real desperate point in my life, where I was looking for anything to remedy the situation. I finally landed on a demon I wanted to summon, Clowneck, a demon said to be greatly cherished by Lucifer, due to its power over wealth and influence over the heart of man to replace money as the idol of worship. As a test to see if anything would happen, and I drew its sigil on a piece of paper on the floor. And then I got myself into a meditative state where I focused on the sigil, channeling my energy and desire into it for what felt like a good 10 minutes in total. Afterwards, I was pretty exhausted and I wanted to fall asleep, seeing as it was already pretty late and nothing happened so far. However, I did feel this really odd sense of someone watching me. You know that feeling you get when you know you're being watched? It felt like that. Around 20 minutes into my sleep, I found myself tossing and turning, still unable to shake this feeling of being watched. Then I started hearing small taps all along my room. I knew it couldn't have been anyone in the house since my folks were already fast asleep, and I was the only one up at this point. I decided to do some investigating outside, and there was no animal or wind that could have been generating that noise. And the house itself is old, but to my knowledge, it never generates any sort of noise. I tried to shake it off as just being a rodent or something, so I climbed back into bed, shutting my eyes to go to sleep, until I felt this invisible pressure on my legs. It almost felt like someone was sitting on my legs, and I started feeling this static-like sensation all over my body. At this point, I got up and I was creeped the hell out, while hearing the same tapping noise all along the room. I went into my living room and grabbed a Bible and started reading random verses from Psalms to Revelations. And I was shocked because the voice that came out wasn't my own. It was deeper and malevolent. I continued reading passages of the Bible till the other voice faded and my normal voice returned. It helped a little, but I still didn't sleep that night. To this day, I still hear on occasion that incessant faint tapping noise, and on occasion, I still feel like I'm being watched at every dark corner I pass. When I'm on my way to sleep and I finally find a comfortable position to lay, I usually can only sleep if I'm facing towards the middle of the bed. This thing will come up and I can feel my bed react to something climbing onto it because it sinks down a bit. It then proceeds to just lean over me and breathe as close to my face as possible. I can literally feel it. When I don't react to that, open my eyes, I can feel it get off the bed from behind me and get back on the other side so that we're face to face. I know this because I can feel the bed react again to it getting on the other side and now feel the breathing right in front of my face instead of over me. You know when someone gets really close to your face, you can feel like the heat coming off their face? That too. Lastly, with still no reaction from me, it gets off the bed again, but I know it's still in here just from the feeling you get from someone staring at you. Here we are with the thought that, of course, this is sleep paralysis. The whole story is generic to exactly that for the most part. This is why I don't think that I can move. I'm not immobile. It doesn't feel like anything is holding me down. I know I can move because I'm so used to sleep paralysis that I know how to check for it, as this is how I usually transition to a lucid dream. That's a whole different story. The way that I sleep, I have one hand under me, usually under my pillow, so I just open and close my hand a few times to confirm I can actually move. This works for me in my head because if there's something there, I can move a little without it knowing. I then move my legs to get up into a fetal position just to make sure my feet are not hanging off the end of the bed. Too many stories regarding that. Now that I know I can move, this is where I start to get nervous because now I have to actively try to keep my eyes closed. Since I have confirmed I'm actually awake, it seems to be right in my face at this point. I can literally feel the sweat coming out of my pores on my entire upper body because I'm so nervous. What I have done the last few times when I know it's not on the bed anymore and I'm drenched in sweat to the point I need to move off of the wet spot, I say fuck it and jump up from my bed and yell as if that's going to do anything. When I do though, of course, nothing is there. I grew up in a farm town, and the only place to get groceries besides the grossly overpriced Shockpo on the edge of town was a family-owned supermarket, Robertson's. The Robertson family was very active in the community, but also had a reputation from miserly to straight-up evil, depending on who you asked. If you asked me and the rest of the bag boys, Robertson had a dark aura around it. Many features contributed, like the vaulted ceilings in the back rooms, the creaking floors in the upstairs offices, and the door hidden behind a pile of old shelves that seemed to lead under the loading dock. The worst was the patriarch of the Robertsons, Blaine. He was too old to handle the business decisions, but he was too stubborn to let his troupe-toting son take it out of his hands. So he spent his days shuffling around the floor, antagonizing the bag boys at every turn. He'd chastise us for clocking in more than 1 minute early. He'd chastise us for standing at the clock with a minute left in our shift. He'd chastise us for our laziness the second we weren't actively moving items. I always joked that Blaine was a vampire. He just refuses to die. Why else is there never a call over the intercom for kids who lost their parents? One night, my suspicions were reinforced. Blaine had showed up about 9 to take care of some office work upstairs. With all of our closing duties done, my partner for the night and I lollygagged in the stockroom, right at the foot of the office stairs. When 10 rolled around and it was time to close, I figured I'd let Blaine know we were locking up. I started up the stairs and suddenly noticed it was dark. I got to the top and looked around. Not a single light in the office was on. We had stood at the bottom of the stairs the whole time and Blaine hadn't passed us. Even when Blaine wasn't looking like Nosferatu, strange things happened upstairs. The exposed water pipes leading upstairs twanged like someone hit them with a hammer. Footsteps on the creaky floor echo through the whole back room. All of this happens when offices are pitch black as we stand next to the stairs. One night, my partner and I got freaked out by the noises from the offices and decided to spend the remainder of the shift lapping the store. But as we walked perpendicular to the aisles, a can of green beans halfway down the vegetable aisle suddenly fell off the shelf. We put it back in place and started walking again. 2 aisles down, another can fell off. This time, as I put it back in place, a can 15 feet down the aisle flew off the shelf. We left that one sitting and huddled around the cash registers for the rest of the shift. To top it off, a bag boy requested to be taken off night shifts after an experience he had in the break room. The break room has 2 small bathrooms, male and female. He was taking his dinner break when he heard a baby crying from the women's bathroom. He had been in there 5 minutes already and hadn't seen anyone come in, much less with a baby. He endured the crying for 5 more minutes before he got concerned and knocked on the door. Repeated knocks and questions got nothing back except for the non-stop bawling. He was finally convinced something had happened to the mother and cracked the door open. The room was dark and empty. A couple years ago, I interned at a coal mine north of Gillette, Wyoming. The coal field outside of Gillette is the largest in the world, home to several mines spread throughout the gently rolling plains and sparse woods. I've heard of several encounters and experienced one that only seems to happen when the coal fields are hit by storms. The area around the mines used to be a populous Sire region, and as such, there are several artifacts including teepee circles. My mentor during the internship showed me a group of teepee circles on our property. They sat on a flat, green patch of ground next to a gentle stream. As peaceful as it was, he explained that he always shudders when he has to come to the stream to perform water tests. He had come out during a shower on a gloomy day, and as he was taking his samples, he heard the grass rustle. Except for the patter of rain, the air was completely still. He heard the rustling coming from the direction of the teepee circles, and as he walked closer, he thought he could hear a murmuring, like many people going about their separate business. He quickly collected his samples and left. Since then, he does his best to bring someone along when he has to go out there. Just a few dozen feet away from the teepee remnants is a rail trestle that crosses the stream. The trestle is part of the spur, the loop that brings trains into and out of the mine with loads of coal. My mentor said he wasn't the only one who experienced strange things in this area, and that several conductors and engineers, during blinding thunderstorms or whiteout snowstorms, have seen a lone figure wrapped in a colourful woven blanket trudging down the side of the track. In addition, though tools have been known to be stolen from the mechanic shop and pawned off, there are never so many reports of missing tools as when the rain is drumming on the metal roof. As for myself, my commute was about 20 minutes, and I would leave at about 5 a.m. every day in the dark. One day, in the middle of a particularly stormy summer, I left the house in a real frog strangler. The drive was a fair amount of hills and dips, and I saw headlights coming the opposite way, probably another mine worker coming in from the night shift. I lost sight of them over the hills a couple times, and the third time, the headlights disappeared. No car passed mine when I created the final hill. When I passed the spots where I'd lost sight of them, there were no turn-offs on either side of the road, and even if there were no sign of headlights anywhere around me. This year was his freshman year at UNL, and he moved into a 4-person dorm room with 3 of his high school friends. The dorm was virtually new, only 3 years old. The room consisted of a common area that split into 2 bedrooms. The guys in one bedroom had a standard freshman experience, lots of drinking and making out. My brother's room had something strange about it though. It started with a knocking. Occasionally, when my brother and his roommate Connor were asleep, they'd hear the distinct sound of rapping on wood. Thinking it was the guys from the other room, they'd answer their door, only to find them asleep. The knocking persisted though, happening a few times a week, always around 3 a.m. Eventually, they realised the knocking wasn't coming from their door, it was coming from their closet. After the knocking started, Connor's girlfriend brought up the way he talked in his sleep. This concerned him because he had never done it before. One day, my brother was in the dorm alone. All 3 of his roommates were in class. He was playing Xbox when he heard a loud cough. He checked the entire suite and found nobody, which was a formality considering the cough came from right next to his head. One spine-tingling night tied it all together for the 2 of them. They had heard the usual knocks, and my brother had trouble sleeping. While laying in bed, my brother walked Connor suddenly sit up in a sleepwalk-like trance. He turned slowly to the couch and pointed at it. "Why is that man watching us?" he asked, and collapsed back to sleep. The 2 got jobs as summer RAs in a different dorm, and were relieved to be away from the room. However, the things seemed to follow them. Connor still complains about strange noises at night, and a very eerie incident occurred just about a week ago. My brother woke up at 3 a.m. and walked down the hall to the public bathroom. Water covered the floor. He saw it pouring from under the door to the maintenance closet. The hall director was the only one who had the key to the closet. When he finally showed up and unlocked the door, a faucet was turning on full blast. There was no way into the closet without the hall director, and yet something had cranked the faucet. When my brother and Connor initially thought was something haunting their original room, now seems to be following them. Connor, a former skeptic, is now terrified to be alone. What prowls the dorms of UNL, waiting for the witching hour? One night, we visited 2 graveyards along with my dad's girlfriend, Denise. The first was the municipal cemetery for our decent-sized farm town. It was fairly standard until we came to a specific spot. A year ago, one of my dad's friends had lost his son as an infant. We decided to visit the grave, more to pay respects than anything. After my dad stared in silence for a couple minutes, we moved on. Just before we left, I turned around and snapped a picture. The air around the boy's grave was buzzing with orbs. It was a quiet winter night, all the bugs either dead or hibernating. But here, above the gravestone of a tragically lost baby, the air was full of activity. It's been many years since then, but I'll do my best to find the picture. After that, we visited our town's historical cemetery. It's home to the original settlers of the town from the turn of the century. Even the youngest graves are only from the 30s. Our time there was pretty quiet, but as we were leaving, my dad found an ancient hubcap right by the gate. Since he and Denise were extremely interested in antiques, he grabbed it and threw it in the bed of his pickup on the way out. A week after our hunt, they were going out of town for a charity event and asked me to house sit. I was alone in the basement, messing with my dad's AR-15, because I was a teenage boy. Denise had an elementary-aged daughter who was also gone, so I was completely alone. Suddenly, there was a massive boom from upstairs. I grabbed the gun and made my way upstairs, imitating a SWAT guy slicing the pie. Her daughter's bedroom door was closed. She always left it wide open, and the carpet was so thick that it took an adult shouldering it to get it closed. I shoved it open after a lot of effort, and there was no one inside. Someone or something had slammed the door shut, despite the massive amount of force it took. Things escalated when Denise woke up one night to the sound of the connecting door to the garage opening. Half awake, she looked up to see the silhouette of my dad standing in the bedroom door. My dad worked night shifts, so she welcomed him home and fell back asleep. She woke up later, again to the sound of the garage door opening. When my dad walked into the bedroom and said hi, she asked him where he went. He explained that he had just gotten home from work. A couple of days later, she had been in bed again when she felt a hand gingerly brushing her hair. After a few seconds of frozen terror, she rolled over to see no one there. A week after that, my dad was off work. Both of them were in bed. He opened his eyes to see the apparition in full form. He was a man in early 1900s evening dress. He stood over Denise, brushing her hair. Despite the vision of a man standing over his girlfriend, my dad said in that moment he felt nothing but serenity. The apparition had a kind and somewhat sad look on his face. Was this man one of the orbs around the infant's grave? Was he attached to the hubcap we found? Or did he just see in Denise the face of someone he loved in life? Regardless, my dad vocalized to whatever it was that it was welcome to stay, as long as it meant no harm. From then, all was quiet in the house. My father, my brother and I have always been believers in the paranormal, and throughout our lives, we've all had our own experiences, which I might talk about later. One of our favourite bonding activities when we got bored was to go out to one of the local graveyards and ghost hunt. We always carried an EMF meter, a decent camera, a big honking railroad lantern from my dad's days in Union Pacific, and a phone with an audio recording app. One night, I had a friend visiting from Pennsylvania, and we decided to go hunting. We had come up empty-handed for the first few minutes, although our flashlight and our camera seemed to be losing power quite fast. Then, a pack of coyotes, probably at least half a mile away, got riled up and started howling. This was not uncommon, since we lived in rural Nebraska, but my friend is a very high-strung guy and lives in a Pennsylvania metro, so the coyotes gave him creepy crawlies. Suddenly, something that was clearly not a coyote let out a massive bay. I'm not a zoologist, but it sounded far too low to be a wolf owl, and too loud and primal to be someone's sheepdog. I turned to my friend with a big grin and say, "That sounds bigger than a coyote." This is the last straw for him, and so me and my brother walking back to our truck while my dad is off at the other end of the cemetery. My brother and I start walking back to where my dad is, when he comes sprinting through the headstones, panting. He said he was walking along when he suddenly saw a bright light like a camera flash. He brought his camera up, said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" and snapped a shot. At first, my immediate thought was cigarette smoke, but my dad had quit smoking only a couple weeks ago. Our grandpa had died of lung cancer when we were young, and my dad and my brother had both been in tears when we begged him to stop smoking. My brother had kept tabs to make sure he didn't relapse. The picture quality isn't great, and it's far easier to analyse in full resolution. My dad's convinced that the wisp to the left is the arm of the apparition reaching for him, and their head and the torso are on the right. But when we aren't with him, my dad goes out on his own. He had a job as a night shift trucking dispatcher, and when he was bored, he'd use his breaks to walk a graveyard and record EVPs. He never caught much of anything until one day he found a fresh grave. It was a reinterment, and he started reading off the gravestone and asking why it was so fresh. He mispronounced the woman's last name and quickly corrected himself. It was only later, when we listened to the audio, that we heard an annoyed murmuring in the background after he mispronounced her name. It definitely had an "I'd like to speak to a manager" quality. He was alone in a prairie graveyard at 3 a.m. with hardly even a gust of wind. The only explanation is that someone was very annoyed that he couldn't get their name right. Over the years, my family has had many strange paranormal experiences. Today, I thought I'd share the most incredible and frightening one. If you like it, I might share other experiences my family has had. When my dad was about 8, he was having breakfast at his grandmother's house. It was a family gathering. He and his parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents were all gathered. While they were in the living room enjoying coffee, one of his aunts showed up with laundry. She was a college student and used my great-grandmother's washer to avoid paying. She went down to start her laundry. The basement of my great-grandmother's house had only one entrance and one exit to the basement. In the basement, the washer and dryer were partitioned off with a simple curtain. After a few minutes, his aunt came back up from the basement. She looked at my dad and said, "That was a pretty funny trick you pulled there, Doug. I didn't even hear you." The rest of the family looked confused. Eventually, someone spoke up. "Jan, no one's left the room since you showed up." She suddenly went as white as a sheet. After calming her down, they coaxed an explanation out of her. When she had finished with the laundry, she opened the curtain. There was a pyramid of folding chairs stacked in front of it. Have you guys ever had a deja vu, where first it happened in a dream? You're in a place you surely have never visited before. Then sometime in the future, you see the exact same place in the dream long ago, even when the place has not yet existed prior to the time you dreamt of that particular visit. I had a terrible nightmare once when I was a young boy. As best as I could remember now, I was around 5 or 6 years old when I had that nightmare. I was at the preparatory level at that time, and believe it or not, it's not like I forgot about it right now. I just couldn't recall it that easily, and I never knew that I will always remember a moment from that nightmare. That was the only thing I remember from it though, and it all came back to present memory because of last night. And I'm certain I had the nightmare because when I was young, me and my mother always slept beside each other in our first house. And that nightmare was the worst in all of my childhood. My mother, as she recalls it with me a few years later, would always say she once would simultaneously vibrate my chest with her palm and strongly say, "Singing, singing, singing." To this day, I don't know what it means, but the elderly and the suspicious in my country always use it to calm someone down from extreme shock. And I know my mother only calmed me down with that once because they believe it effectively drastically goes down when used more than once. All the details from that nightmare that had me crying while sleeping were vague, and I couldn't even remember that I had it a long time ago in my memory, progressing to something awfully familiar to something scarily reminiscent. Weird, but I remember it like remembering the multiplication table, like it was just there. Already there, but you can't just randomly burst it out the same way you remember and say your name. You just need the trigger to completely recall. From what my memory recalls, the room was small. It had a simple and round wooden coffee table on the left, almost in the centre near the wall. It was dark, but it had a shiny brown light radiating from a candle from the coffee table, which filled the area of the coffee table and lit the dirty white wall behind it, the wall I was facing. And from its right was a round arc-shaped entrance to another part of the building or house. There wasn't a door, just a round arc-shaped entrance which even by the darkness got its shape highlighted by the candle from the coffee table to see. My perspective from that nightmare was me facing ahead all those details, and I couldn't move nor do anything else. It was like sleep paralysis, but I was sitting down. The arc entrance at the right side of the coffee table gave dim vision to that left side of the round arc-shaped entrance. I know this is a common case, But from that dark, round arc entrance suddenly came out a white, mahogany, mud-coloured woman who was fast enough to jump out, but everything was so slow when it happened. I couldn't see that face because of its hair covering. It was horribly scary as it moved disturbingly towards me and pounced on me. I couldn't remember what happened after that in that nightmare. Many years later, right now in the present, just last night, I had the same nightmare again. Same coffee table by the left. Same candle lights on the top centre of the coffee table. Same dimmed round arc entrance. Some darkness. So much the same that it made me scared to remember that it lacked one last detail, and it had me nervous expecting the white mahogany mud-coloured woman figure to disturbingly pounce again, but it wasn't there. Just plain darkness and the kindling light of the candle. As I woke up from the next morning deciding to make an account to find answers on how that could happen again. Same day this afternoon, my mother texted me that we will be spending the Friday evening in our new house, which had just been made 2 years ago. And I rarely sleep there because I'm far away for college and will always prefer to choose to come home to our first house. I slowly forgot about the nightmare from last night, as then I prepped to leave for our second house. It was already evening as I arrived in our second house and went inside. As I sat on the floor leaning on the sofa's base, I find Indian sitting most comfortable, while again scrolling on my phone. I faced as I glanced at the wall of our small living-esque dining room. I felt uneasy, as I'm in the same angle of perspective exactly from my nightmare. I see the same size of the room from that perspective. The round arc entrance to the kitchen at the right side. Everything was getting familiar, and it struck me cold and with a headache to have this creepiest realization. Except for the round coffee table and the candle-lighted darkness, everything else was the same from my nightmare, except for the last detail in that horrid memory of a dream. And I couldn't rest easy knowing, who knows when the white muddy figure comes out the dark round arc entrance, anytime I'm in the room myself. When I was younger, I can't say exactly how old I was, about 4 I think. My brother and I loved to camp outside our home. In front of the house there was a small forest. If you went outside, you stood directly in front of this really small forest. There was never anything spooky about it. We always played in it, even when it was just a steep slope, with trees. It was our favourite place to be. Just playing, doing stupid things, being children. It always was my favourite place and a happy place. One day, we decided to camp outside again. We built the tent and at night we went in it, cuddling in our warm and safe sleeping pack. Everything like always. And me, not afraid at all. Also brave enough to go the 15 metres to the entrance alone to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. I went in, a few minutes later, went back out. Not even looking at the forest at all. Do you know the feeling like someone or something is watching you? I had that feeling. I had the feeling that I needed to stop and take a look at the forest. So I stopped. I stopped to look at the forest. And there were 2 big red eyes staring right back at me. For a few seconds I was frozen because of fear, and after that I just ran back to the tent and back into the safety of my sleeping bag, shivering in fear. A grown-up told me it was about child imagination, car lights, so I believed them. But I know it wasn't a car because there was no way a car could fit there. From that night, I was afraid of the dark. Years later, my brother told me he also saw those red eyes. I work in a hotel at the front desk. The hotel isn't very old, so you would normally not expect something strange to happen. I work the night shift sometimes, which means completely alone. My first night when my colleague showed me how everything worked and what I have to do, She told me that we do have a ghost. She told me about the sliding doors at the main entrance opening and closing by themselves. And as she tells me that, the sliding door opened and closed with nobody near the door. But not only at the main entrance, also the sliding door at the garage kept opening and closing in the night with nobody around. Not even the presence detector caught anything. The light in the garage wasn't on, but still, I was kind of okay with it. I love spooky stuff, and I didn't have a bad feeling while that stuff happened. But one thing did freak me out. All the other stuff you could have just said it's the electronic, but one night, I heard the elevator ding behind me. The elevator just makes that sound when someone on that floor presses the button. But as you can guess, I was alone. Nobody was around. And the elevator opened and closed, but stayed on the same floor. I also took a look if someone was inside the elevator, but it was empty. Also, on some days, the light in the toilets, also working with a presence detector, went on by itself. And those detectors are not sensitive at all. I can stand in front of them and they need some seconds to turn the light on. So how on earth does it go on in an empty room? Once, while going on my tour throughout the hotel, I kept my phone recording the entrance. After that, I viewed it back and, damn, my phone has a bad quality, but I didn't catch a voice. Or, actually, I did. And a strange rattling sound. At first I thought it's me, but you can't see anyone in that video. And if it was me, there should be someone in the video, but there wasn't. Something that also happens often is the light on the 4th floor is going on and off the whole night. That's something I can see from the reception. I don't think guests are running around in the middle of the night, so... Also, I did see some shadows in the corner of my eyes, but I don't see that as proof. Because it's dark, you're tired. It could just be a trick of the light or your imagination. So yeah. My family, mother and brother and I, have lived in this house for around 11 years. There have always been various kinds of strange activities, but now I'm just going to talk about what could be appearances by what we think are some type of doppelgangers. The first time it happened, my mother was alone in the house. My brother and I were at my aunt's house. My mother says that she clearly heard how my brother and I entered the house talking, and she from her room greeted us aloud. When she saw that neither of us answered her, she went to the living room where she thought we would be and found the house empty. Minutes later, my brother and I got home and found her shocked. The second time, it happened to my brother. He was with my mother at home while I was in college. He said he came back from work, and when he entered the house, he saw me sitting on the living room couch and said to me, "You left early?" As he walked to his room, when he saw that I did not answer him, he returned and saw that no one was there. The third time, it happened to me. It was just my mom and I in the house. I was in the living room watching a movie, and she was in her room. I fell asleep on the couch while watching the movie. I woke up because I heard my mom's hairdryer. I turned off the TV and walked towards my room. I passed the bathroom and saw my mom drying her hair. Normally, I didn't give much importance. While lying on my bed, I thought about ordering something for dinner, so I went to look for my mother to see if she wanted something for dinner too. So I went to the bathroom where I had seen her, and she wasn't there. So I went to her room, and I was surprised that she wasn't there either. I looked around the house and didn't see her. Like, it was a few minutes difference between when I saw her drying her hair and when I entered my room. I called her on her cell to ask where she was, and her response was she had left the house an hour ago. She saw me asleep and didn't want to wake me up to let me know she was going out. Things like that have been happening for almost 11 years that we've been living in the house. We always see one of us when that person is not in the house. We have heard that my mom speaks to us when she's not there, or they've heard my voice or my brother's, and it's not like we see them with the corner of our eye. We have seen them directly as a real person. We have a gigantic wardrobe with 3 parts, the middle door being a full mirror. It's older than me and my mom had made it after she got married. One evening specifically, my mom was in the living room while I was standing in front of the wardrobe in my bedroom. Instead of my upright reflection, I clearly remember watching myself sitting on a bed while talking to my mom who was folding clothes. She had nicer clothes than she usually does when she's at home and was chatting with my reflection self really enthusiastically. I wasn't at all creeped out. I just felt like I was watching TV or something. After a while, my actual mom walked into the room wearing completely different clothes and I told her, "Look, we're in the mirror." I might have phrased it differently, but she didn't really pay attention and just responded with, "That's nice, honey." I've never had anything like that ever happen to me again, which is why I've always remembered that incident really clearly. I saw some people on this sub talking about mirrors being portals to the other side or something, but then why did I see myself and my mom? We've lived in this house for 6 years so far, but have only really experienced things over the last 6 months. The house was built in the 1970s and we don't know much about its history. I've been a frequent reader of this community and thought that the experiences I had were only wishful thinking, a subconscious desire to want supernatural things to happen because I've enjoyed the stories I've heard here. But then my wife and sister-in-law have also experienced things. Is this our imaginations, or is it something really happening? I have no desire to lie, so I'm trying to be honest as possible about what we've experienced. Here's what I have. Around 6 months ago, my wife had a migraine and saw a woman with blonde grey hair walking out of our guest room at the end of the hall into the bathroom. We explained it away as a migraine hallucination. I am a sleepwalker, but I usually remember what happens during my episodes. One night while sleepwalking, I opened the bedroom door and distinctly remember a woman in a white dress with blonde grey hair standing in the doorway. I remember walking around her. It actually didn't freak me out at the time, but did the next morning when I thought about it. Before I told my wife, I asked her to describe the woman she saw. It was the description of the same woman I saw, blonde grey shoulder-length hair in a white dress, maybe around 50 years old. I don't know what the woman she saw looked like before I had my experience. Occasionally, late at night, I'll hear what sounds like someone blowing their nose in the hallway. I always assumed it was my sister-in-law in the nearby room. Last week, I was in the kitchen and my wife was coming out of the bathroom. She said my name. I replied, and she said she wanted to make sure I was still in the kitchen, from the guest room next to the bathroom, the same room the lady walked out from. She heard what sounded like someone blowing their nose in the room behind that closed door. No one was in there. The entrance to the attic is in the hallway. A couple of weeks ago, we found the entrance in the ceiling pushed up and moved over. It was a windy day, so we assumed it was the force of the wind when we opened the front door. It was still windy outside, but we weren't able to reproduce this. To get access, you would have to push it straight up around 3 or 4 inches and move it over. It's also a few pounds, and not something easy to move. Maybe it was just the wind. Late at night, we often hear footsteps in the attic and sometimes scratching sounds. There are no raccoons or anything up there. Every time we check, it looks empty, with no signs of damage that you would expect from animals. There also appears to be no damage or entry points from the outside. On the day the entrance moved, I was home all day. I didn't remember hearing coming from the attic. My sister-in-law heard footsteps on the steps going down into our basement every now and then. The stairs are near where I saw the woman in my sleepwalking, also not far from the attic entrance in the ceiling. She has also heard people talking in the basement. All televisions and computers were turned off each time. This all seems circumstantial when taken individually, but altogether seems to paint a picture. The ghost, if there is one, doesn't seem malevolent. We don't get any bad feelings or experiences of dread, yet there does seem to be a presence. I've posted about my companion, Nathaniel. Most of my experiences are relatively minor and even humorous, especially involving him. I've had a few kinda scary ones that I was able to get myself through in the moment by remembering that they can't hurt me. But there was one entity that almost changed my mind about that. I was not in a good relationship at all when I briefly married. He had all sorts of issues with violence and drug use, which was bad enough to deal with. But he also began practicing Santeria there at the end, and not in a positive way. He did it strictly to cause things to happen, to hurt people. The atmosphere in the house got very bad, very fast. It was thick and oppressive. It felt heavy in there and dark, and it was literally hard to breathe. I was unable to use my faith to keep most of it from affecting me, but the longer it went on, the harder that became to do. One night, as I was sleeping, I was violently awakened by the bed dipping down. It felt like a large dog of some sort was coming towards me, and I could feel the specific way a dog moves. One foot forward, then the back foot following. I was terrified, but right as it got up to me in the hall, a wind chime began to ring. The wind chime is significant because it hangs like a way to cut the light on the right foot tall ceiling fan. The ceiling fan was loose and loud, but it never disturbed the wind chime, and the chime didn't hang far enough to hit it accidentally with your head, passing under, unless you reached up to pull it. My companion's spirit liked to play with this wind chime occasionally, and he knew I understood it as a way of saying he's there, so I'd always greet him when he did it. I don't know what was coming toward me that night, but I do know that Nathaniel did protect me. It was gone as soon as that chime rang, and I'd always felt like Nathaniel protected me on some level. I grew to hate that house and was petrified to be in it. When we moved, the next owners had it torn down, and I'm not surprised at that at all. Something got into that house and fed off the anger and fear and negativity, and it was absolutely something very bad. My dad is also a believer in ghosts. Ghosts being real as a belief is just generally accepted in my family and not questioned. I used to go and visit my dad. I really hated being over there, so I always super aware of everything going on. I slept on a love seat in the living room over there, fully dressed, including my shoes. One night, everyone had gone or was getting ready to go to bed. My siblings were asleep in their rooms. I was on the couch with Nick at night playing on the TV, and my stepmom and dad were in their room with the door open. Suddenly, there were very loud, measured footsteps beginning from the foot of the love seats and going down the hall toward their room, where the light suddenly flipped on. The footsteps were distinctive. If you've ever heard cowboy boots on a wood or uncarpeted floor, you know the telltale clink and click they make with the accompanying thump. I knew immediately what it was, since I was in the living room alone and there was nothing in the hall. I could see all the way down it. My love seat was on the same wall. I just shut my eyes tight and listened, because it was none of my business what that ghost had going on. But I heard my dad loudly ask my stepmom if she cut that light on, and she paused a second and sounded shocked, but she said no. I heard the bed springs dip when he got out of bed, and heard his feet hit the floor to walk to the light by the door and cut it off. Later, after I confirmed I heard it, he said that as a child, his grandfather would come down the hall in his boots and cut the lights on to let the kids know it was time for bed. They moved eventually. Their new house was no less haunted, but this spirit was evil. Apparently, it was an old woman that had either died in the house or helped her husband stop living, maybe both. She hated women in certain parts of the house. In one bedroom, if you went in there, she'd slam the door and lock you in. In the bathroom, you could feel someone watching you malevolently. One night, again I was on the couch. I heard her come into the kitchen behind me. She flipped the light on and I told her, listen, if you want the light to keep it on, I won't cut it off, but you aren't going to mess with me. She didn't bother me. They took pictures of us there, and in one there's a clear face of a man in a glass door reflection. In many pictures, I'm surrounded by orbs, but only if I'm alone. If anyone comes into the frame with me, they disappear. I'm 29 years old, and the events I'm about to detail began to take place shortly before I was born, and are unanimously agreed upon as fact in my family, which is saying a lot since most of us are estranged from each other and no longer speak. I was a surprise baby for my mother. She had several birth control implants in her arm at the time she got pregnant with me, and at the time she was living in a sister's house with her since she had cheated on her husband with my father and needed somewhere to stay. Her room was at one end of the house and her sisters were at the other. My mother had a large dog, part pit, part Cthulhu, that stayed in her room, and he was not good with strangers at all. It started off small, of course, as it does. Water running, taps being cut on and off, the toilet would flush by itself. My mother is very intuitive and not at all frightened by spirits, so when it became apparent that's what this was, she gave him a name. He was called Nathaniel. Her sister was an early believer, as she was in the house as well, and so was my father. The land my aunt's house was on belonged to my mother, and was a really choice piece of property with many acres. People tried to approach her about selling it numerous times. One particular member example was when my mom, M, Aunt A, and Dad D were all present. A preacher was interested in the property and he was invited into the house. My family wasn't interested in selling, but they do like to mess with people, and they told him about Nathaniel to deter him, but he was skeptical, which is why they asked him in. As he was making his pitch to M, the doorknob to her bedroom began to turn, and the dog got agitated and started trying to bite the knob. This went on for a few minutes before the preacher stopped talking and apologized and asked if he was disturbing anyone. M laughed and said there was no one in the room. He didn't believe her, so she opened the door and showed him. I'm told he lit out the house like his pants were on fire. By this time, the whole family knows about Nathaniel, and I'm born and the events ramp up. He loved to play with my toys and would do so for hours, even if they removed the batteries. When my grandfather died and the family gathered at A's house for the wake, a toy cell phone without batteries began to play Amazing Grace, and they wrapped it in a towel and put it at the other end of the house under the sink, but the song got louder and louder until it finished. M and D split up, and D got married, and when I would go visit, Nathaniel would go with me. My stepmom said he'd roll the windows up and down in the car and play with the radio. He loved crayons, and he'd constantly leave them on the floor, and my D got mad at her for leaving them out, until she said it wasn't her, and they told him it was fine to play with them as long as he put them back. They were never out again. Once, a dog was barking too loud for him over there, and he threw a plate of chicken bones at the wall. They said I would have conversations with them, but when they tried to sneak in to see who I was talking to, even with my back to them, I'd wave up and say bye. Nathaniel hates being told he isn't real, and he'll act up if you do. When I was 15, my best friend said he wasn't real, and she had her mom call me later that night to tell him to come home since he wouldn't leave the lights or the TV alone at their house. He calmed down a lot, but he's still around. He hides stuff and you have to ask him nicely for it back. M says he's my guardian angel. He's attached to me though. I know that for sure. One night, I had a friend stay over and it was in the middle of the night. He woke me up by saying my name very softly, but he sounded terrified. I was angry because I just went to sleep and sarcastically said, "What?" Well, he said next to us, "The door." I looked at my door into the hallway and there was a black shadowy figure as tall and wide as the door. We have had security systems as long as I can remember, and I'm 5'11" now, and the tallest in my family. It didn't look human. It was oddly shaped and had no actual features besides the outline of the person, and it was immensely dark. Keep in mind, there was a light on in my room on the other side. We watched it for 15 to 20 seconds. It was there for what felt to us an eternity. It felt like it was sucking the energy out of the room, and neither of us could move. Then, without notice, after standing still for maybe 15 seconds, it shot back ridiculously fast, but it didn't turn around like a human. The best way I can describe it was it flew away, going about 15 feet in maybe 1 to 2 seconds and then disappearing. I then ran and turned the main light on that was next to the door. This wasn't the first time something happened to me, but it was the first time someone else was with me and saw it too. I calmed him down the rest of the night and said I would talk to my parents in private about it. This also wasn't the last thing to happen to me or my family. I'm from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and I'm currently living in Toronto. The experiences I'm about to share have happened in Dhaka. We live in an apartment in a pretty opulent part of the city. The apartment is approximately 3,000 square foot. It has a long hallway that's surrounded by the 3 bedrooms. My mum and dad live in the furthest room from the main door of the apartment, and right across them lives my sister. My room is the closest to the main door, across from the living room. So the hallway opens up into a balcony that has a complete glass wall with sliding doors on it. I'll try to edit later and add a picture of the apartment if that helps you visualize it. We live on the 4th floor, and at night it becomes almost dead silent, since the neighborhood we live isn't close to a busy street. Now, I want to state that I do believe in the paranormal, but try to always debunk stuff logically. My parents usually go to bed around 11 or 12, and they sleep soon after. The same goes for my sister. I usually stay up at night and watch shows unless I'm very tired. So the apartment is mostly tiled, except for the bedrooms that have wooden flooring. More like wooden panels on top of the concrete, so when you walk across it, there's a very distinctive creak to it. The doors to the bedrooms also have mirrors on them, and right across my door is my bed, and on the other side, there's a window. There aren't many tall buildings around me, so you can clearly see the moonlight through the windows, or any streetlights that are outside. It doesn't get pitch dark at night, so even if all the lights are off, you can still pretty much see everything inside the room. So summer of 2018, I went back during my break from university. Jet lag and the already present dismal sleeping pattern meant I pretty much stayed up all night. So one night, I was lying down on bed fiddling around with my phone. I think it was somewhere around 2:30 or 3 a.m. when I heard the sound of wind chimes outside. We have wind chimes on top of the curtain railings that are in front of the glass door to the balcony, but we keep the curtains closed at night. Living in that apartment for the better part of my life, I could tell exactly which wind chime it was just from the sound. Initially, I thought it was probably my dad grabbing a smoke. But then I looked at the time, and it's a weird time for him to do that, as he's a pretty heavy sleeper, and I didn't hear their door open or close. I tried to concentrate more, and I could hear the faint noises of footsteps. Now, I know exactly what the footsteps of my mom, dad, and sister sound like, and I couldn't recognize these steps. They weren't heavy, but neither were they dainty. I could clearly make out that it was coming towards my room, and I instinctively looked at my door to see if the light was coming from under it. I hear footsteps approaching and stop right in front of my room. I wait for around 30 seconds, and then I hear 3 sharp knocks on my door. I remember feeling a sense of dread, since if anyone was my family, the knocks would be followed by my name, and no one in my family would knock that politely. I thought I was hallucinating and decided to concentrate more. I looked at the mirrors on the door and focused on the light being reflected from it. I didn't reply to the knocks, as something inside me told me not to answer. Sure as hell, about another 30 seconds or a minute later, I hear 3 more knocks, louder than before, and I clearly saw the reflection of the light vibrate. This scared me a lot, and I pulled the blanket over me and started praying. After a while, I heard footsteps receding from my room and the eventual chime of the wind chime. I couldn't sleep at all and decided to stay up till the Far Adhan, a Muslim call to prayer from the mosque. I told my parents about it and they didn't believe me. My sister too told me she never experienced anything of the sort. Ever since that incident, I've been visibly disturbed. I've never had a paranormal experience before, save a few shadow people sightings, which I just brush off as not concrete. I made it a habit to fall asleep early, or if I couldn't sleep, I'd stay awake till the Far Adhan. The next few nights, nothing happened, so I brushed it off the entire incident as either a lucid dream or a hallucination. After about 3 nights of nothingness, I was back to my regular business. Same as the first night, I heard the chimes, the footsteps, and the knocks. Only this time, the knocks were louder, to the point that I clearly saw the whole door shake. That night, I ended up staying awake till the Adhan again. If you're wondering what the significance of the Adhan is, in our faith, we believe in jinns, which is comparable to demons. It's said that jinns are active at night and try to mess with people. Only after the Fajr Adhan do they leave you alone, so that was my thinking. The third incident is by far the worst for me. Same as the other 2 times, I heard the wind chimes, the footsteps, and the knocks. Just like the other 2 days, I faced away from the door and pulled my blanket on top of me. But unlike the other days, it didn't stop at the knocks. After the knocks, I heard the creak of my floor. It was so distinct that I was sure someone just stepped on the wooden panels. It takes about 3 steps from the door to the edge of my bed, and I heard 3 exact creaks, getting louder with every step. I was sweating under my blankets and reciting every prayer I could think of at the moment. I made it a point to not look behind me, as I've heard you shouldn't look at a jinn directly, or else they'll attack you. After the creaks, I felt the weight of my bed shift as if someone sat on the bed. We had those European-style beds with a huge mattress on top of it, so it takes some weight to deform them. It doesn't just deform by itself. I had the AC on, so the room was cold as, but since I had the blanket on top of me, it was pretty warm inside. As soon as the weight shifted on my bed, I felt a chill down my entire back, as if someone just put a block of ice my size against my back. I didn't hear anything. In fact, I didn't want to hear anything. I felt as if someone was breathing down my neck. This is what haunts me. I can explain away everything to a certain degree, but not the breathing. Then, as soon as it happened, it stopped. Everything went back to normal. I didn't move from that position till the Adhan and fell asleep that way. Nothing of that sort happened to me after that. I've been back home almost every summer after that. Fast forward to August of 2021. I was back home and on a video call with my girlfriend. I left her on the phone and went to the bathroom. My bathroom isn't attached to my room. You have to go outside the door to go to the bathroom. I came back and saw that the light and AC in my room were turned off. As soon as I turned the light back on, my girlfriend started calling me. I picked up my phone and she was hysterical. She asked if I came into my room or not, and I said no. She told me she saw the light go off and heard someone walking around in my room. That scared the shit out of me. It wasn't a circuit breaker, as the bathroom light is also on the same circuit as the electrical outlets in my room, so my bathroom light would have gone out too. It also wasn't anyone in my family, as I would have heard them come towards my room. My bathroom door is right beside my bedroom door. As of now, these are the only things that have happened to me. As far as I know, none of my families have ever witnessed or experienced anything of that sort. A few years ago, I was sitting alone in my room. The door was closed and locked, as I have a weird habit of always locking a door behind me, and both of my brothers were out at friends' houses. The only other people that were home were my parents, who were both watching a movie downstairs. I heard footsteps outside of my door in the hallway. I also heard doors opening and closing. I thought nothing of it, as I just assumed that one of my brothers got home, or my parents were coming upstairs. The strange part was I never heard footsteps of someone coming up or downstairs, which I would normally hear as my room sits near the stairs. A few minutes went by and I heard nothing. Then I heard my doorknob move slightly, as if someone was putting their hand on it. I looked over at the doors, and as I looked, the doorknob turned. The door opened a few inches and then slammed shut. This is especially strange because, as I said before, my door was locked and only could have been opened from the inside. I turned on my lamp on my nightstand and sat up. I then texted my dad and asked him if he had opened my door. He said he hadn't and came upstairs. I followed him as he checked every room in the hallway, as we were scared that someone had broken into the house, but he found nothing. This wasn't the first paranormal experience that me or even my brothers have had in this house, but it was certainly the one that stood out the most. On another occasion, my brother was in his room and had the door wide open. It then slammed shut. Another time, I was home alone. I took a shower, and when I returned to my room, every drawer of my dresser was open and nearly all my clothes were strewn out across the floor. Another time, I was lying in bed. I heard a whisper in my ear and I felt something touch my shoulder. When I looked over, my Alexa started playing this creepy slow music. I've also noticed things disappearing and reappearing afterwards in wide open places that I had already checked, such as shoes, my phone, my wallet, etc. Another time, I was driving home and saw a figure standing in the upstairs window that faces the road. I was very reluctant to go inside after that. At the most recent encounter, the hallway light was off and my brother had his door cracked open. Through the crack, there was a very brief and pinpointed white flash, unlike any kind of camera or phone flash, or any lights we have in the house. As scary as these experiences can be, it's apparent that whatever is in our house isn't violent, but just likes to fuck around with us. When my boyfriend and I started dating, he told me about a shadow man he and his mum see from time to time out of the corner of their eye in their house. At first, I thought they were joking around trying to scare me, as I'm a bit of a scaredy cat. But one night, I was in the living room waiting for him to come and sit to watch movies with me, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a tall and dark figure walking directly into his mum's room from the toilet. His mum had been asleep and her door was shut. Also, the reason I could see this was because behind their couch is a hallway leading to the bedroom/bathroom. Used to be an opening into the living room, but they put the couch there. Another experience was one night when he was asleep. I was laying in bed scrolling through Reddit on my phone. His door started to rattle. He had a screwdriver as a handle at the time as he'd broken off a few times. And after 2 or 3 times, the screwdriver just flew out of the door, and pretty far from the door too. I ended up putting my phone off and going to sleep, as I was a bit too scared to witness anything else. Another time was after we had a small party/get-together with friends. All our friends slept over in different rooms. I was lying awake and suddenly started to hear one of my friends calling my name in a loud whisper. I started whispering her name loudly and eventually sent her a text asking if she had been calling me. The next morning I asked her about it, and she said she had passed out by that time. The last one that I recall is one night when my boyfriend and I finished watching movies and were on our way to bed. I needed to go back to the living room for medicine or something, and walked in, but the light was off. I remember thinking to myself, you'd be able to see if there was more light, but we're too lazy, aren't we? And then the light just went on. I at first thought it was my boyfriend, but I hadn't heard a click for the switch, so I was extremely confused, but took my time. I went back to the room and realised he'd been cozy in bed the whole time and just shut the door and locked it, a little bit terrified. We've also heard little taps on his bedroom floor at night from time to time if the TV in his room isn't on, almost like a small dog walking around on the tiles. When we heard it, there were 2 big dogs that slept outside the house, not inside. When I was in high school, I played trumpet in our school's marching band. We often travelled around the state, Missouri, to compete in competitions. So my senior year, which was in 2013, we were playing at a competition held in Columbia, Missouri, at Mizzou University. Our school had made it to the finals, but we were going to be the last band to perform. This meant that by the time we were warming up to go on, it was nearly 10 p.m. Our band had a tradition of praying before every show. For those of us that aren't religious, we were allowed to sit out the prayer and just be respectfully quiet. My friend, I'll just refer him to as Matt, not his real name obviously, and I were two of those who always sat it out. While everyone was praying, suddenly Matt tapped me on the shoulder and pointed up into the sky. It was clear. I want to say early November night. I'm not completely certain on that. Anyway, when I looked up, I saw what he was pointing at. It was a set of 3 very dull, sort of blurry lights in a fixed triangle formation. It flew over us quietly, making no noise. As I watched it move in a, I believe, southwestern direction, I could actually make out a black silhouette itself in the shape of a triangle, the dull lights positioned at each corner. The lights never flashed, just stayed the same dull brightness and kind of greyish colour. After about 30 seconds, it was out of sight, since we didn't catch it until it was directly overhead. Of course, me and Matty definitely made it a talking point on the bus ride home. At the time I thought it was weird, but didn't think much of it. Fast forward to July of 2013, Matt and I had graduated in May, and we were wanting to hang out before starting college in August. We decided to go camping at Table Rock Lake, which is a man-made lake in southwestern Missouri, near the Arkansas border. I think in total there were 4 people. Myself, Matt and his girlfriend, and another friend of ours. It was the second night of camping, and we decided to go for a swim at around 2 a.m. We didn't go out far, mostly just stayed near the shore. About an hour goes by, and I'm looking at the sky. It was a very clear night, and the light pollution was a lot less out here than in the city that we lived in, so the stars were beautiful. Suddenly, I see it again. The same object I had seen months prior in Columbia. For reference, Columbia is over 200 miles from where we were at. Again, it had the same 3 dull lights in a triangle formation, still just as silent. I pointed it out, and our group watched it as it flew over. Not sure of the direction this time though. As soon as it was overhead though, the waves in the lake picked up. The wake was as if a large boat was speeding past, but of course there were no boats. At least not that we could see. Once it was out of sight, the waters calmed. We decided to go to bed after that. Since then, none of us have seen the object again. Of course, it's become a story we like to tell people. We moved a lot when I was growing up. All over the country and in places which ranged from young to old and had lots of history. Lived in homes with multiple floors, condemned trailer houses with no electricity or running water, and everything in between. I tell you that to tell you this. I am not unaccustomed with the unfamiliar. My childhood was split between so many homes of such a wide variety that I never had the chance to develop a fear of the unknown. The sounds and feels of a new place have never scared me, until one time. We had moved to this brick and adobe house in eastern New Mexico. I was about 11 or 12 and lived there for about a week when I noticed a particular trend. The pantry door would rattle at the same time every night like clockwork. Honestly, it sounded like someone typing, but failing to open the door. My bedroom shared a wall with the kitchen, so I was essentially the only one in the house that heard it, but it drove me nuts once I noticed it. I asked my dad about it, and he said how it was probably the aircon and pressure differentials, that sort of thing. I didn't think anything of it, but that night I shut the aircon off, set a timer, and waited. The door rattled again like clockwork. It carried on for about half an hour or so, then stopped, and I went to sleep knowing it wasn't the air conditioning. The next day, I brought this up to my dad, who was understandably upset that I had shut off the AC and stayed up so late, but he was understanding of my need to know. His next theory was vibration from nearby traffic or a nearby railroad could be reaching some kind of resonance in that door frame. He was satisfied and sent me on my way. I was not satisfied. I couldn't isolate traffic and the railroad because I can't control those things, but I figured I would do another test. The night rolled around and I shut the AC off, then opened my bedroom window and listened for the train. I knew it couldn't be traffic, too regular, but the train tracks were relatively close and I knew from past experience I would be able to hear the train. The door rattled. I listened for it to stop, reset the AC, and closed my window. This time I didn't tell my dad. The next night, I decided a more aggressive approach. Before I continued, I should point out something about the house. Like so many older homes, it had an ever so slight lean. The sort of lean where if a door is not latched, it will slowly move further open or closed, depending on its position relative to this unfortunate axis. The pantry door, notably, was positioned such that if it were not latched fully, it would slowly open rather than close. So I set an alarm and waited till it was nearly time for the rattle to start. I went into the kitchen, turned on all the lights, opened the pantry door, and sat cross-legged on the floor to wait. Sure enough, the moment came. The pantry door opened wider than it normally would have in a sharp, jerking motion. Then it slammed hard enough to rattle the shelves, and it rattled harder than it had ever done before. It was like someone trying to get out of a locked room. I sat there in awe, watching the spectacle as my parents came up to see what the ruckus was, seeing the door and everything. I don't quite remember my parents' reactions. It was a whole lot of me being swept up and firmly guided to my parents' bedroom, where I was shortly joined by my sister and both parents. Over the next couple of days, Dad tried replacing the hinges, adding a lock, and eventually just taking the door off altogether. Never did learn what caused it. All I can say is that we had no other strange incidents like that at that house. I have often seen shapes in the dark that look like a hooded figure or like a black mass. I've always felt a little creeped out by them, but just figured it was my brain playing tricks, trying to fill in the blank space. I've also had sleep paralysis before, seen a ghost in a hat and trench coat, and I've had items move right in front of me with witnesses. But this is something I've never had happen before. I woke up randomly 47 minutes ago at 3 a.m. like I do most nights. I noticed a black mass in the corner of my room. It stood up. It was 7 foot at least, with an oval-shaped head, pronounced shoulders, long arms, and equally long legs. It was thin, tall, and stood straight, just looking at me. Had no face, just a black void. It turned to the right, bent down, and I, at first calmly, asked my fiancée to turn on the light. Then it stood back up and walked to the right side of my room, my side of the bedroom. It leaned over the bed as though checking the sheets, then stood up again and walked to the bottom of the bed. At this point I'm going crazy, shouting, "Turn on your light!" as this thing starts crawling up the bed towards me. Then, once the light went on, it vanished, but I've been hiding under the covers and my fiancée has to bring a lamp in the room so I don't have to sit in the dark. I can't sleep with the light on, but right now I'm too scared. Can someone tell me what on earth I've just witnessed? And any suggestions are welcome on how I might get it to leave. So this was last summer. My friend and I were in the basement of my house. We decided to go up to the first floor. I clearly remember following her up the stairs. Up the stairs, I watch her turn left and then say, "Oh my God." And then I lose sight of her, as if she escaped the corner of my eye. I start to look around. Nothing. Call her name. Nothing. At this point, I'm getting freaked out. I search the first and second floor, yet no one's answering. I decide to go back to the basement, even though it makes no sense, as this was where we're coming from. That's where I found her. She's just lying there on the bed, not making a sound. I asked her, "What are you doing? Why didn't you answer when I called your name?" She says she decided to play a game. Not only has she never done that before, But why do I have these vivid memories of her turning left, saying, "Oh my God"? Of course, I'm someone to always question my perceptions first, but I have a feeling that my timeline shifted on that afternoon. My name is Melanie. I moved into my house about 7 months ago, and it was a disaster. I'm not the richest person, so there was a deal struck and I cleaned the house out from the previous tenants. I hadn't seen the place before I moved in. It was a desperate situation I would rather not dive into. When I moved in, there was expired canned food and expired candy waist high from the living room to the kitchen. Shit and used condoms on the floor. It was bad. Coal stove. I'm a single mom. I had no clue what I was doing. Very old, rigged together house. So the first thing I noticed was that in the basement there was a tunnel dug out that has a small turn. It's not very long. That leads to a small, circular tiny room. Only way I can explain it, maybe a small child could stand up in it, but I'm 5'2" and couldn't. All that is there is a light hanging from the middle of the ceiling. This is all just rock and cement. The only way I can explain the light is, in the brave little toaster when they go to the store with the other appliances, and that big lamp that sings. Pendant light? I can't decide if that's cool or dumb. I digress. I was using Facebook Messenger. I was sending a video of me playing a game on my laptop to my friend. It was only on my phone. It took up all the screen. Even my time and notifications. I checked all Facebook stories and opened tabs and nothing. I have no idea where this is, and I've never seen it before. It didn't appear on the computer, only on my phone. Okay, here's what you've all been waiting for. Me and my 15-year-old son were setting up the attic for his room. He recently decided to move up to the attic. I was always used for storage. There's a tiny cubby hole that we were clearing out. To the far left wall, the small end of the wall was carpeted. Thinking that was really strange, I ripped the carpet down and found boards, and there was a crack in between two of them. So I used a flashlight and looked inside, and there was a whole other room, bigger than the cubby hole that we were already in. Of course, me and him kicked the boards down like beasts. All that was in there was wooden shutters, wooden boards, pipes and debris, and a lot of insulation. I saw a piece of wood that looked strangely smooth and out of place. So I flipped it over, and it was a Ouija board. I've done some research since, and it was a 1939 William Fuld mystifying oracle board. I didn't find the planchette with it, but I found that weird triangle thing. My 15-year-old son said, "Fuck this, I'm out," and left me there to be possessed. Since then, I've put the Ouija board on the mirror of my dresser as a decoration. Everybody keeps telling me to get rid of it and burn it. I don't want to. I don't feel anything evil of it. I kind of really feel a connection with it. I'm not trying to be all Reagan Captain Howdy here, but it's the truth. I also forgot to mention the weird things that have been happening. Normal things like toys going off or things going missing and reappearing. Recently, my friend and I, who are frequently here, have been seeing things. People. I saw a man twice. I can chalk the first one up to my mind playing tricks on me. It was a split second he was there. I looked at my phone and he was gone. But a week later, I was driving down a dark back road that was really windy. I live out in the boonies where there's nothing but woods everywhere. I was driving and of course paying attention because I had my son in the car. Not that I don't pay attention when it's just me. And there was nothing there. But when I looked in the rear view mirror, and I looked 3 separate times within the span of a few seconds, not 10 feet away was a man slowly walking away from the car in the middle of the side of the street I was driving on. He came out of absolutely nowhere, and there's no way he could have been there that fast. Not as close to the car as he was. He had a fedora/bowling hat looking thing on, and what looks like a suit jacket, and he was walking very slow. I saw him 3 separate times when I looked in the rearview mirror, and then he was gone. My 12-year-old son said he didn't see him. He didn't see the other man either. So I guess I really don't know what to do with all of this information, and I'm really new to all this. So please help me. I guess what I really want is information. especially on the video footage on what could possibly be going on in this house, or what could have been going on. Right, we're in this house for 7 years at this point. First encounters was hearing scratching and a vague androgynous voice from a door while I was babysitting my 3-year-old sister. My cat, which could have been the cause, wasn't there or anywhere near the door. Next, a week later, I was hearing hissing noises from the corners of my room, progressively getting closer to my bed. Then hearing the movement of things under my bed. A hurried search with a phone flashlight under the bed showed nothing. A week later, I saw a cat with the exact same eyes and fur pattern and colours as my cat on the roof, despite the fact she was cuddling me. As I turned to my cat and looked back, whatever it was gone. My brother heard a feminine voice say hello. Around a week later, along with me hearing a young 16 to 20 feminine voice saying calmly, "Stop," as I was about to masturbate. I obeyed their order. I'm certain it isn't our neighbours, as the voice was way too clear and originated from my room. Later, I saw the doppelganger of my cat again, staring at me from the door of my room, as I heard my real cat climb up the bunk bed and hear my brother confirm that it was my cat that climbed up. The other cat disappeared shortly after. To be clear, I haven't told my brother about the second voice encounter. I'm 15 and my brother is 16. My father has encountered a few oddities, such as a doppelganger of the cat walk into areas of the house and disappear, while the real one is in immediate proximity to us. He's also encountered a stick that rapidly begun spinning and flying around the room that he was in and fucking disappeared. Who? What are they? Am I safe around them? This all happens as soon as I was abandoned by every person I knew, or is it coincidental? It seemed to have happened on a weekly basis. Maybe a year or so after living there, I woke up in the middle of the night to what I thought was my brother coming into my room. He used to do that often. I kept asking what he wanted. He just kept getting closer to me. Then I finally turned a light on and the weird shadow disappeared. I know sometimes when we're tired and are just waking up, we can see things that aren't there, but I was genuinely so shook up about that. I made my brother come sleep next to me in the living room for a few days. About 6 months after that, my neighbour took his wife's life and then his. I know she was really sick, and it was probably really upsetting to see her get worse and worse. Not that that justifies murder, but I tried to understand. The day after that, my friend came over to my house while I wasn't home. They waited for me, but they told me they felt this horrible feeling driving down my street. And after a couple of minutes, they saw something that looked like a big shadow out of their rear-view mirror. They got so scared, they just left after that. I told them something happened to my neighbours, but I didn't tell them what happened. A couple months after that, we were watching a friend's dog. She's a small dog, but she's protective. When she hears the door, she barks. I was home alone one day and sitting in the front room, right in front of the door. I was just sitting on the floor petting the dogs when I heard and saw the door being shaken. I've not ever heard the wind do that, and it wasn't a windy day. There are big windows in the front room, so you can see if someone was there. The dogs went crazy. My pit bull, that never barks at anything, started growling and barking. Just to make sure, I got up and looked. I also live on a private road on multiple acres. No one hardly ever comes down there. I didn't see anyone or anything. Those are really the only big scary things that have happened, other than things randomly falling or curtains moving with no heat or AC on, but I feel like those could be justified. One minor thing that has been happening to me lately is really creepy dreams. I would just like to clarify that I'm not really scared of ghosts. I don't think about paranormal stuff often. My first dream, long story short, a ghost tried to strangle me. It felt like a minute in my dream, and then I woke up gasping for air. I tried to justify it by thinking maybe I just stopped breathing in my sleep for a few seconds. The second one, my house was super haunted. The ghosts kept trying to scare me out of the house. The third one, a ghost tried to strangle me again, and I kept telling my family something was trying to hurt me, but no one would believe me. My fourth one was not exactly paranormal related, but someone locked me in a house and lit it on fire. It was kind of scary. I had no way out. This has all happened in the past 2 weeks. I forgot. I've also been having lucid dreams lately. I've never in my 20 years of life had a lucid dream or tried to control my dreams. I know that an older lady and her husband lived here before us. I know she passed away at a hospital or nursing home, but I don't know about her husband. There was an agreement that they couldn't tell us the history of the house, same with the one next door where the murder-suicide happened. I feel like my new neighbours probably know what happened, but I know none of us are going to go up on them and be like, "Hey, did you know someone was murdered in the new house you just bought?" Friends and I decided to play with our Ouija board. Not our first time, and we have contacted spirits before. Personally, I don't believe in the paranormal as much as I'd like to. I'm just pretty skeptical with anything that doesn't have proof. Even after tonight, I still don't know what I believe. Anyway, we're playing and instantly get in contact. We end up talking to her for almost 2 hours and learn quite a few things. Female. Name, Jayadi. Born 1938, died 1956. Born and raised in Utah, Hispanic. 5'10", 96 pounds. Had first suicide attempt, overdose, when she was 14. Second fatal attempt, slitting wrists when she was 18. She was in a foster home her entire life with over 40 other kids, and was neglected her entire life due to her race, weight, and height. She said her caretakers didn't feed her because of her race. She was bullied a lot for the same things. Now, the entire time we were talking to her, she was very fixated on me in particular. She said that she was my guardian angel and that she was watching over me because of my mental illness and because of how sad I am. I asked if there was any way she could make herself known to me. She told me she's visited me before in my dreams, that she's disguised as nature and hands. This is something she told me a lot, that I would find her in my dreams. She also made sure to continually tell me that she's my protector, that she's here to protect me. We asked her many questions on where and how we could find her. A lot of them to which she replied, "Can't say." But she did tell us that she's buried in a cemetery and she has a headstone. She also kept saying things like, "Find me." She said this a lot. And we'd ask her what she would do if we found her. She'd simply reply, "Free you." To that we'd ask, "Free us from what?" And she'd always reply with, "Sad." I do have a few more minuscule details about this occurrence and can tell anyone who's interested or thinks they can be of any help. Again, not quite sure if I believe in superstitious things like this, but I do feel like we did contact someone. It felt like she was in good spirits, and I was actually glad to talk to her, but I have no knowledge of anything paranormal and can't be sure of anything. Again, any input would be amazing. So my grandmother was taken by ambulance to the hospital a few days ago due to an infection that was spreading in her body. I had tried calling her multiple times that day and never got a hold of her, so I asked my friend to stop by her house and check on her. She was throwing up and talking about how my deceased grandfather wouldn't come in the house from the garage to help her shower, and her deceased mother was just sitting on the couch ignoring her. Turns out she was in septic shock, so the delusions make sense. She's doing much better now, by the way. My father is at her house after spending time with her at the hospital, and is sending me the list of her medications while standing in the kitchen. The back door opens to the kitchen area. He very obviously hears the screen to the back door open, and turns his head expecting to see me or the friend who checked on my grandmother earlier in the day, opening the back door. But no one opens the door, and he never hears the screen door close. 30 seconds go by, and he decides to pop his head outside. The only thing he sees is a car parked at the stop sign on the side road 300 yards away that just sat there for a few minutes. The car then makes a U-turn to go back down the lake road, which is a dead end where they had come from. but while doing so, pauses when the headlights are facing my grandmother's house for 30 seconds. So did someone run up to the house and open the back door from this car, and the car was waiting on them and looking for them with the headlights? Even after hearing this, I decided to stay the night to take care of my grandmother's cat while she's in the hospital. I clearly remember before bed her walker being in the bathroom, where she always keeps it to help her take a shower. When I woke up in the morning, the walker was in the middle of the kitchen. So is my grandfather looking for my grandmother? What explanations do you guys have for these stories? Because we're at a loss. I will add that we've experienced weird occurrences in this house for 30 plus years. But two very obvious things happened the day my grandfather went to hospital, after she saw our dead relatives. I live in a small, two-bedroom house. It's cozy, but comfortable. I've lived here for about 2 years. Things started off harmless enough. Doors were always being closed that were left open, creaks in the house, random things seemed to be moved, nothing that could immediately draw fear. My girlfriend said that she felt like she had eyes on her when I was at work, and claimed that she was constantly seeing something moving towards the back of the house. All doubts sort of got erased when we walked in the house one day and the back room door slammed shut. I thought we might have an intruder, so I loaded up my pistol and went in, but there was nothing there. Finally, we just decided to have the house blessed. Well, that didn't help. My girlfriend left to take care of her dad, and I was the one who had to endure the house. I started experiencing weird things like my laundry being thrown around, and once my boots sitting on the kitchen counter. The house is double windowed because the old lady who owned it before me was really paranoid, so it's nearly impossible to break in. It's doable, but unlikely. To me, I noticed things were getting increasingly weird when I closed the door that leads from the living room to the kitchen. Anytime it was closed, something from the other side would try and open it. I thought this was just airflow until I started noticing that the knob was twisting. It was the equivalent of a toddler trying to open the door, but it would try in increments of 3. 2 light pulls and then 1 hard yank. That's when I figured I was dealing with a haunting, like there was officially no more doubt. One night, after working a 16-hour day, the door started pulling aggressively. I was already in a funky mood, so I got up and stormed into the kitchen, where I started screaming at whatever the hell is in the house. I was so damn frustrated that I said, "If you want to freaking go, then we'll go." As I walked back into the living room, a sugar jar flew off the counter and hit my stove, which was only about a foot to the left of me. I was scared, but I stayed in the house. Next came issues while I was asleep. I would wake up about 10 minutes to 3 in the morning, where I could get the impression that somebody was standing behind the door of the kitchen. I would freeze from being so scared. One night while I was asleep, I actually heard footsteps running towards me, and when I woke up, the door to the kitchen was wide open. This would be the first time that the door was actually successfully opened. I also have a small desk statue of the sirens from Greek mythology. While home one night, I heard a thud in the back room and found that the statue had been decapitated. The base of the figure was still on my desk, but the heads were on the ground. Also, while in that same room, I was checking something on my computer and something behind me slammed into the wall. It sounded like somebody had taken their palm and just hit it really hard. I was almost numb to it by then. The last encounter I had, maybe 5 days ago, was when I got called to work about 3:30 in the morning. I was pulling out of my driveway when I saw something walking by the window. When I did a double take, I saw what looked like a shadowy figure staring back at me. I get the chills even speaking about it. I plan on moving due to work, but I want this settled. I don't want this to pass on to the next group of folks that roll into the house. I don't really know what to do. I know it wouldn't be my problem, but the last thing I want is for a family to move in and have to deal with this. Thoughts? I was able to get into contact with a medium in a nearby city, but I kicked him out of the house. He was delusional. I won't get into him much here, it was just a waste of time. I did, however, find the previous owner's granddaughter, who I wasn't even aware existed. She agreed to a phone conversation where some things were told to me that may add to some form of answer. She mentioned that when her great-grandmother lived in the house, her mother had hired a live-in nanny, who stayed in what is now my home office, which is where we saw the door slamming. Not sure if that's an actual connection, but I found out that her name was Miss Alice, and she was someone who claimed to be a devout Catholic, but in actuality was a voodoo practitioner by night. Apparently, this woman made the children in the house pray to God over black candles. When this happened, the lady who had the place before me would claim to see a large African American woman standing in the doorway, watching her sleep. This would be the door between my kitchen and my living room. A few other things were mentioned, such as them hearing scratches along the side of the house, seeing big spiders crawling around on the beds that weren't really there, and seeing someone's face peering through the windows. Some of this I can somewhat rationalize, but I can also see how it's applicable. This is just the most recent info I've had. One dream, I was at an outdoor assembly and my principal had this distinctly paisley suit on, talking about natural disaster safety. I wore new white shoes in this, standing on a yellow line belonging to a basketball court marking. A girl from another grade passed out in the middle of assembly. Ambulances were called, and I woke up. Upon waking, I was in an immense haze, almost like I couldn't remember what to do next. It was short, and while I remembered the dream during the haze, I quickly forgot. I was a kid after all. Weeks later, I was standing at an outdoor assembly. I had just gotten new shoes. I remember looking down at them and getting this sense of deja vu. My mom was a volunteer that day, so I tugged on her arm. I told her what I saw in my dream, the suit, the girl, and she told me that wasn't going to happen. When my principal walked out in that suit and when that girl fainted, my mom regarded it as a strange coincidence. That's how it always happened. Dream, sudden waking, forgetting, haze time passing. Deja vu in the event. And remembering, but only once it was triggered by the deja vu. Lately, I've been experiencing more intense dreams when this happens. It feels as if the older I get, the more experience I have, the more significant the dreams are. The less I check myself and remind myself that this happens, the worse they get. Had a dream of my soulmate friend passing before it happened. Had a dream the first time I told my current partner that I love them. I saw my cousin nearly drive us off the road in another. I'm not sure what to do, and I am open to conversation. I don't know what this is, but it's beginning to get the best of me, and I fear it because I don't acknowledge or practice it. Is it a glitch? Paranormal? So a few years ago, I was sitting on the edge of my bed in the middle of the night. I was the only one awake. First, I heard a scratching sound by the top corner of my room beside the door. It startled me, but I ignored the experience, made me a little paranoid. An hour later, I heard 3 knocks on my door, like someone tapped the door with their finger. At the time, I thought it was my mother coming to tell me to go to sleep. She used to do that, but opens the door after knocking, but this time the door never opened. I also found it odd that not only she didn't open the door, but she didn't even say anything. At this point I was frozen in fear and made me very aware how quiet it was in the house. I also never heard footsteps walking away from my room or towards my room. I'd also like to point out that my house is very old, and you can hear very well if someone is walking. I asked my mother the next day if she had knocked on my door, but she said she didn't. Personally, I'm very creeped out by this still, years later, and my house has always creeped me out and still is. My boyfriend has also confirmed the creepy aura it gives off as well as my sister, having creepy experiences in the same corner of my room. Didn't help at all that I was left alone in my house by myself most of my childhood, probably traumatizing me a little. Well, this started happening to me about 6 to 9 months ago. It turns out that all my life when I went to bed to sleep at night in my room, I always had a little trouble falling asleep. I'm a nervous person, and it is logical that I always find it a bit difficult to fall asleep, although sometimes I do it quickly. Several months ago, something out of the ordinary started to happen to me. Well, first, I always close the windows of my room with the curtains because there's a beacon of light in the street that always shines in my eyes at night, and that bothers me and doesn't let me sleep. Then I close the door of my room, first to avoid noise because sometimes my brothers move around at night, doing things, and that also doesn't let me sleep. And besides, I close the door to avoid any light from the dining room or kitchen at home. Once I close the window and the door of my room, I'm in total darkness. Several months ago, I realized that when I close my eyes and open them, small, round, orange lights appear that quickly disappear when I open my eyes. This never happened to me throughout my life. I always slept well and nothing or no light interfered with me. I also do not consume any type of substances or smoke. For more than 7 months, I thought it was because of my mind or something related to it. A little over a month ago, my perception completely changed about these lights. Because when I was trying to sleep, I emphasized trying because I wasn't sleepy. I open my eyes and one of these round orange lights does not disappear, but stays for 2 or 3 seconds. And I saw it well, and I was sure of what I saw. From that moment, I knew that what I saw was something completely real, and I did not imagine it. Since then, these lights began to appear very little. Sometimes they appear one night, and for several days they do not appear. I lived in a very old home. I'm talking built in the 1700s and protected under the US Historical Register kind of old. And the dude who built it was super rich. So it's a big old white house, very The Conjuring-esque. I lived there most of my childhood, along with my parents and 3 older siblings. Okay, on with the tale. I often played alone because my older brothers didn't want to play with their little sister, who's years younger than them. So naturally, I spent a lot of time upstairs or in the library of the house. There were certain rooms that just had really good vibes, like nothing but happiness in there. There was also a small B&B type room upstairs, and my mom used to store her extremely realistic portraits. Yeah, you felt watched there. But then, in contrast, there was the basement. Cliché, I'm aware. Occasionally, I'd visit my dad. Skeptic, says a lot of things like it's bullshit until I experience it. Down there in the basement, as he had a small workshop. I hated that damn basement though. Whenever I would walk down there, it's as if something was ever so slightly pushing me back up the stairs to safety. I felt like someone was always watching me down there, almost waiting for me to get just a little closer. Like I mentioned before, rooms in that house were either great vibes or heck no, I'm out. One such room was the parlour. Important, I promise. It just felt very cold, strict and harsh. Fast forward to years later. My mother is trying desperately to sell the house. We moved for my dad's job across the state. Everyone who even rented it was out of the house a few months later. One day, while she was showing the house, she brought me along. We are very close. It's not unusual for me to go with her when she's showing houses. I was chilling in the kitchen when my phone died. I forgot the charger. Anyway, I spot a binder on the table. Now, this is my mom's thick boy binder of all the tenants who lived in this house since the 1700s. I saw a tab labelled deaths, and horror enthusiast me was morbidly curious. Apparently, a small girl had died in my room of pneumonia, I think. Okay. However, a man had also hung himself in the damn basement. I think, alright then, that explains the vibes. I read a little further, and this was an awful man. Gambled away his savings, avid racist, drank a lot. And remember how I said the library had great vibes? Yeah, an apparently really nice woman used that as her study to teach young girls. Pretty dope. She also died in that house. The parlour? A very strict, old school woman apparently had an aneurysm in that room. Jinkies. A year later, after countless rejects from prospective buyers, my mum decides to have the house cleansed. The woman comes. She was like a spiritual white buffalo type cleanser. She says that, without knowing about prior deaths, there was an evil in the basement actively trying to do us harm. However, she said it was countered by a good spirit, a woman. But she says it was the spirit of our family, someone we were very close to. I asked if it could be my grandmother who died of cancer. I was extremely close to her. The spiritual cleanser woman said that yes, it was very possible. So to make an already long story short, she cleansed the house. Apparently, the evil in the basement was very old and very weak. She also said something very interesting. She said that it was years since the house had had a family, with children running about and bringing life into the place. The house loved us and didn't want to let go of the only family it had in years. This was a few years back, so I can't really remember what came after it, only that we eventually sold the house. A family with young children a few years ago, and I thought it was the end of it. Last week, my mum and I were driving through our old town to visit a school when we thought it would be nice to visit our old neighbours, who my parents are still very close with. We passed our old house and our mouths dropped open with horror. The paint was peeling, the yard was patchy and dead, and the windows were broken. We drove around the block and the beautiful wooden fence was half torn down, and the backyard was covered in sawdust and litter. We pulled up to our neighbour's house and she told us that the family had moved out, and some influential couple was trying to remodel it, but gave up because it was too hard. Without giving away my location, I want to say that that house was the most gorgeous piece of art I have ever seen. It was 3 stories with deep white paint, an ornate fence, a purple door, a small wood in the back, and a garden that looked straight out of a storybook. Or at least it did when my family lived there. My dad and mom kept that house as sharp as possible in the decade we lived there. My dad taught me the importance of keeping the fence, which bordered an intersection, clean and neat, and how to safely pick up the empty bottles and cigarette butts. My mom grew gorgeous flowers and rinsed out the bird bath every Saturday. My brothers would mow the lawn every weekend, and my dad always had something to fix or paint to keep everything looking great. Thanks to my parents teaching me and my brothers the importance of having a clean, tidy yard and house, I grew up in a place that looked like a fairy tale. Now, the house is unfucking recognisable. The yard is covered in bottles and butts. The fence is half torn down, what paint is left is chipping and peeled, and the lawn looked like it was completely overgrown before it died. My mother's flowers that bordered the front walk are dead. The wood, which offered a much needed area to get away and was the setting of many areas of playing pretend, is all gone. The sundial, which is extremely important in my mother's culture, the one we left for the new family, was broken. What's ironic is that the sundial had an inscription that asked, "My face marks the sunny hours, what can you say of yours?" Not much, apparently. I'm just so heartbroken and upset. I can't even imagine what the spirits in the home are feeling. So last night, I woke up at 3:30 a.m. to a really weird sound. It sounded almost like a woman exhaling sharply. I thought it was just my mom, like maybe she fell asleep on the couch and she's snoring. But the sound kept going, and I realised I didn't hear an inhale, just the exhale. And it would be at really weird intervals. Like there would be the sound, and then a 2 or 3 second pause before the next one. And then after that it would stop for longer and then restart. Just this wheezy ass exhale. My cat, who usually sleeps on my desk or next to my bed, was standing next to me on my bed, totally alert. Like hackles raised, tail up kind of thing. So, I did the dumb white person thing, and I decided to get up and find what the hell was making that noise. I was about halfway down the stairs when the direction of the sound changed. It was no longer coming from down the stairs, but to my left, up the stairs where my siblings' rooms are. I rolled my eyes, thinking they were just watching a stupid-ass TikTok or something. So I walked back up the stairs to try and see who was making the noise by listening at their doors. As I got to my oldest brother's room, the location of the sound fucking changed again, this time to right in front of my face. I don't know how else to describe it. It was like there was someone right in front of me, but I couldn't feel them or see them. Just a wheezy, inconsistent exhale, right in front of my face. I flinched and jolted backwards, and started to hyperventilate as I backed up to my room and shut the door. I'm not prone to auditory hallucinations. I'm not currently on any medications with hallucinatory side effects. I was hydrated, I had eaten, and had gotten a good night's sleep for the past week. I don't understand any other explanation. We just moved. I really don't want any more creepy ass shit. Y'all, it happened again. In broad daylight. This afternoon I was doing work from home, studying for finals and shit, when my cat, who was sleeping by my feet on the bed, suddenly jolted her head up. I figured someone pulled up in the driveway and she was just hearing that. But after 5 minutes, I pulled out my headphones and walked to the window in my hallway that looks over the driveway, and no one was there. I yelled, "Hello?" figuring one of my siblings got dropped off by a friend. I searched the house, but no one was there but me. So I went back upstairs to finish a packet and sat down and turned my music up. I heard the fucking wheezy breath again, through my headphones which were blaring loud-ass punk rock. I couldn't have been a strange sound in the actual song, because I was listening to the Sex Pistols, which is just a band. Drums, electric, bass, vocals, etc. I asked my siblings if they had heard anything weird the other night, and all said no. Something really fucking creepy happened. So this morning, I'd cleansed my work clothes needed to be washed. But my mom had a separate load getting ready, so I headed to the guest house to do some washing. My whites were looking a little grungy, so I opened a closet door and stepped inside to grab the bleach, when it slammed shut behind me. I whipped around and started jiggling the knob, but something was blocking the door. Thank Christ I still had my phone, so I called my mom to let me out. When she let me out of the closet about 5 minutes later, she was really confused. I was on the inside, but the child lock on the outside had been snapped shut. Keep in mind, this couldn't have been accidentally. You need to press down on the lock to secure it. We're trying to get the house cleansed now. I currently live in a split-level house with my girlfriend, my grandma, my mom, and my brother. My girlfriend and I have the downstairs area to ourselves while they have the upper floor. When we first moved here, we didn't pay much attention to the weird stuff that happened, but over time, things became more noticeable. We have this back room that used to be the reptile room and office. When that was still the case, we would hear banging in the room like one of the tank lids were being pushed on and then snapping back down. I assumed this was one of the snakes attempting an escape. However, I soon realised this was not the case as I started going to check as soon as I heard the noise. All the snakes would be in their hide boxes. They were all too big to get back into their hide boxes this fast, so there's no way it was one of them. During this time, we would also hear stuff being dropped or knocked over, but when we would check, nothing had been moved. There was an incident where I had gone to the kitchen upstairs while my girlfriend was taking a shower. She didn't know I was up there at the time. She had gotten out, and while she was drying off, she heard my voice calling her into that back room, and the sound came from that room. When I came down the stairs as she walked out the bathroom, she was visibly startled and confused. A few months ago, I converted that room into a kitchen and moved the animals to a different room. We still hear noises, but things started happening in other rooms. We have a sliding glass door to the backyard in our living area. The lock is busted, so we keep a PVC pipe in the track so it can't be opened from the outside. We very rarely use this door for anything and put the pipe back every time, since someone had to try to break in once. I have come to notice that sometimes the pipe is just not in the track. I've asked everyone in the house if they have used this door for any reason, and no one has touched it. We started putting a brick on top of the pipe and it doesn't seem to move anymore. Since that stopped, if I'm awake in the middle of the night and it's quiet, the deadbolt on the front door will loudly unlock itself with no sound of a key. Sound is oddly amplified where the front door is, so anything touching that door is very audible from our living area, including when someone puts a key in the lock to unlock the door. I had heard it once when I was at the bottom of the stairs. I went to check, and it was definitely unlocked. My mom and grandma never leave this door unlocked. Doesn't matter who's home, they lock the door when they close it every single time. Something I've also noticed is that my things tend to go missing and reappear in odd places. Usually it's things I use often, like my ceramic travel mug, but sometimes it's also things I rarely touch. I hadn't had a problem with this until we had moved in there. Something I didn't know until recently is that my girlfriend had been experiencing things touching her. Our computer desks used to be in our bedroom. When she would sit at her desk, sometimes she would feel something touch her leg. She said it felt like someone put their hand on her thigh and squeezed for a moment, then let go. It usually happened when I was asleep, and she was worried about freaking me out by telling me, but I had a similar experience when she was at work. I wasn't feeling well and ended up crashing for a bit. I woke up to what felt like someone grabbing my ankle, but when I looked, no one was there. Once we moved the desks, the touching stopped. I'm assuming because we're not in the bedroom much anymore. With all this, I wanted to do a cleansing in the house with some sage, but I have a bit of a problem. My grandma has COPD. Burning stuff like that can cause her serious problems, and she doesn't use breathing treatments. She only has an emergency inhaler. I don't think anything bad will come of all this, but it's still concerning. Any suggestions? My grandfather passed away in October. It was rather sudden, COVID, and I took it especially hard as I was very close to my grandparents on that side of the family. My grandmother passed away in April 2017, but suffered from dementia 10 years prior. I guess because her mind was so gone, she was hard to mourn. But to me, it felt like she was survived by my grandfather. Like as long as he was around, it still felt like she was too. The cemetery they're both now buried in is only a mile from my house, so I frequently drive past it. Whenever I'm alone in the car, I say out loud, "I love you guys," and blow a kiss in their direction. But if my son is in the car with me, I just say it in my head and keep going. Today, my son is with me and I'm sitting at the stoplight staring towards the cemetery and saying in my head, "I love you guys," like always. Then my son says out of nowhere, "Hey mom, I want to listen to that song that says, 'We love you, we love you.'" See, we haven't listened to that song he brought up in months, but it was the perfect moment. Felt like my grandparents were reminding me they're still here with me, and they love me and they hear me. It brought tears to my eyes. When I was 12 or 13, me, my grandma and my cousin stayed on the Queen Mary for a night or two. The ship is apparently haunted because of how many people died on the ship during its prime days, mostly due to travelling passengers catching illnesses and dying on board. We were told about ghost sightings and were recommended the ghost tour by the receptionist, but my grandma's religious and scoffs about anything like that. That night that we checked in, she and my cousin went to bed early while I explored the ship. It was pretty dead and I was basically the only guest wandering the ship. It was eerie because it wasn't even that late at night. Forgive me, I'm unfamiliar with the actual terms for each specific deck. I went outside to the top deck and just walked around a bit, and then suddenly I felt someone was near me. I had this urge to get away from it, so I started walking in the other direction. For some reason, my instincts are telling me to run, so I did. After running to the other side of the ship, I turn around and see someone. It was a man. I assumed he was an employee, but after looking closer, he was wearing very old clothes. Like clothes from that time period that the Queen Mary was an active running ship. He had a mustache and called me crazy, but he had a green aura to him, like he was glowing a subtle green. I know how crazy it sounds, but I swear this is what I saw. I then saw actual employees on the ship and walked towards them, then went back to my room. I always considered myself religious and never even entertained the thought of spirits or ghosts, but that night had me questioning. Maybe because of my beliefs, he, the spirit slash ghost, was naturally drawn to me. Maybe he wanted to be seen. I don't think it was a living employee because they wore modern day uniforms, and he was wearing old clothes. Also, he was glowing. I don't know how else to explain it. I live in New Zealand. I'm 18, male, and the house I live in is roughly 112 years old. Now, this is going to be scuffed and terrible writing. I'm not good at it. I do apologise, but do enjoy it. I'll talk about my room first, as it's the most interesting. So my room is a bit of a creepy place. Now, the spirit that seems to be attached to me, I call Bill. Now, Bill is, how do I put it? Nice, but strange spirit. I always feel constantly watched by them. The only free time I get from them is during the dirty. At least they give me personal space. Or else in public. But if I dare talk about Bill, they'll make themselves known even right now, as I'm talking this, and I can feel Bill near me. Now, up to encounters, I've had quite a few encounters. Orbs, figures, whispers, breathing, but never objects moving or anything physical. Now, I have proof of orbs through sending random stuff to my girlfriend, but I gotta figure out how to send or attach them anyways. As I said, I've captured quite a few videos, but I've only been able to recover one video. The rest have seemed to kind of vanish from existence. On many accounts, I've seen figures jolting past me or standing in the corner of my eye. They seem too shadowy and dark with no details, through just that alone. Possibly a shadow person, whispers and breathing. These are rare, but when they happen, it's very clear. I've heard my name be called next to me. My girlfriend's name are the only two things I've heard it say. Breathing, similar situation. I've only heard it breathe in my ear or by my computer desk, which I'll now explain a theory. Now, none of this ever started to happen until I got this computer desk for $10 off one of my mum's co-workers. It's a very nice desk, by the way. I believe it's possibly attached to the desk for some reason. But I don't want to get rid of it, as the spirit has done nothing to harm me, and I'm too afraid to tell it to leave. Something that just came to me a few nights ago. I was laying in bed watching YouTube, and I saw something in the corner of my eye, and I thought, oh, here we go again. When I looked to see what it was a glowing white head just peeping out, looking at me. And I stared at this thing for a good 3 seconds, but it felt like 3 years. Before it slowly descended down under what I believed to be my bed. And from that night, I've been terrified to look under my bed at night unless I've got lights on, and I got a protection stone on me. I've also seen dark hands come on from up under the bed, so frankly, I don't know what to do, man. Anyway, this is getting real long. Next part, the hallway. Now, the hallway is a part that scares the living fucking shit out of me. There's an old dude who chills in that hallway, but don't be fooled. He puts extreme pressure on your entire body. Even my girlfriend, who's dealt with her own demon for many years, is terrified of him. My mum was attacked by him when we first got the house. My dad, who denies the existence of them, has felt pressure. On top of that, a very dark shadow figure peeking from the hallway has been seen a few times by me. It's just a bit of a scary situation. I do have a sister, but I've never asked her about the hallway as she's still a bit young. My sister's room, this one will be short as I don't have much to say. This room is basically anti-male. I've walked in that room many times, and the only thing I felt in that room was pure distaste towards me. Not even my dad will walk in there, only my mum or sister can go in. Finally, the hider. The hider is a nickname for a certain ghost who hides constantly. Their presence is barely felt, but if I focus enough, I can feel them and know they fear something in that house. I think it's the hallway ghost. Other than that, not much else is known really. I came back to my hometown for the holidays. It's a fairly rural area, with woods and everything is peaceful. I love going to pick wild berries, and I was doing just that when I encountered the first paranormal experience of my life. It happened in the backyard of my neighbour. There are wild berry shrubs there. Here are a few details so the story makes sense. I used to have an old man who lived alone as my neighbour, and he was a very kind person. He used to give us those berries as candied sweets. He passed away due to cardiac failure while I was in high school, and his house has been empty ever since. I wanted to make those sweets for my family as a holiday comfort food and thus went to his place. Now, as he passed a few years ago, there was a lot of undergrowth and wild grass in his yard, and everything was messy. I cleared some of the growth and made way to the shrubs, cleaning the place as much as I could, thinking about how clean he used to keep everything. All this time, I had a feeling that something was off, and that I was being watched, but I brushed it off. I was 2 minutes into picking when I heard my neighbour's voice. I'm sure it was him, saying I should be more careful and pick up the rake immediately. It was as if I was fainting, everything was fast or slow. I can't really explain that. But as soon as I picked the rake, some homeless man tried to stab me with a knife. I used the sharp end of the rake to scare him off and kept shouting loudly. He ran off. After I gathered myself, I had tears but couldn't shake off the smile I had. It was eerie, but I was unharmed. I think I'm going to clean my neighbour's place. I owe him that much. I slept in my car last night due to trying to avoid bothering my roommates by coming in the middle of the night. I drove to an empty parking lot which has a beach in the woods and it's winter, snow and -9 degrees Celsius. While I was there, I put the car in park and put the daylight LEDs on. They dim once the car is in park. There was a building which hosts the beach activities, I guess. I would look there and see movement from the corners of my eyes. I looked into one of the windows and thought what I saw to believe was an old man standing and moving slightly, but I doubted this. I got really scared in my car. I felt something was staring at me. I put up my windows and put on some light techno music. I could hear noise from outside my car, footsteps walking around. It would then stop, then my whole car would shake. Footsteps lasted all night. I could see shadows in my peripheral vision all night. At one point, it sounded like they were trying to communicate, but it was only coming in like a howl. At one point, I looked out my passenger window and saw a 6-inch approx skinny white transparent figure, ghost, flying upward diagonally at a relatively quick velocity. I saw shadows all night, heard noises around my car, the odd thump on it too. I even saw a very distinct dog-like animal, but only its skeletal outline was semi-visible, transparent, moving around outside briefly. Something weird happened when I was camping and have no explanation. So we're out camping in the desert one day after Thanksgiving. It's a big group of people. I'd say about 10 families, all with RVs, motorcycles, outdoor riding toys, kids, etc. Me and my family were poor, so we had a tent. Inside my tent is a heater, 2 air mattresses on opposite sides of the tent, so one far left, then space for moving around, and the other far right, and our clothes, shoes, etc. Everyone's drinking and having fun. My daughter and my friend's daughter are asleep in my tent, 2 girls under 5. One kid is on each air mattress, and the portable camping heater is on. So we're outside having some drinks, music is going, people are still doing crazy stuff with the motorcycles, etc. I'm by the bonfire when in the corner of my eye, I see a man go into my tent. I immediately say, "Who the fuck went into my tent?" To which my friend says, "What?" But by this time, I'm in fight or flight, which means fight for me, so I sprint. And I mean sprint to my tent and bust open, trying to see what idiots went in my tent where 2 little girls are sleeping. Everyone else was supposed to be by the fire. When I got inside, I saw smoke. smelled horrible, and saw that a blanket fell over the heater that was next to the air mattress my daughter was sleeping in. The blanket was burning, y'all, like on fire, with 2 kids inside. I ripped the blanket off the heater and threw it out of the tent, ventilated the crap out of the tent, all while the 2 babies slept peacefully, completely unaware or bothered. Had I not gotten there when I did, I honestly think the tent would have caught fire with my kids in there. I'm glad I made it in time and everything was fine, but who the fuck did I see go into my tent? I asked everyone and no one saw anyone go in. Everyone was accounted for. Who did I see? If I hadn't seen this man go in, I would have checked on the kids. I think about this almost every day. I started college in late August of 2012. My freshman dorm was my own room attached to a common room with 3 other bedrooms attached. I arrived one day before the rest of my roommates and was watching ghost hunters alone in the common room. Out of pure boredom, I mimicked the hunters on the show and said out loud, "If there's anybody else in this room, knock on my door 3 times." Immediately, I heard 3 knocks. I freaked out, of course, went for a walk and chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me. As the first couple of months progressed, weird things like this kept happening, but I chose to ignore them to keep my own sanity. One of 2 main experiences I couldn't ignore happened right before winter break in mid-November. I was laying on my side in my bed, sleepless and sober, staring across my room. Out of the blue, I see 2 white orbs the size of baseballs appear in front of my dresser, suspended in the air side by side. I was in a state of awe staring at them. All of a sudden, they start circling each other in a dance progressively for about a minute before they merge and become one big orb and then start to fade away. I cannot remember how I reacted after they faded away. After the orb occurrence, unexplainable activity became more of an everyday event. Every single night there was a scratching noise right by my door. It sounded like somebody scratching their arm, but louder, and it lasted all night. I would see and hear my door fling open in my peripheral vision, only to see it still closed once I turned my head. Electronics shutting off randomly and radio volume erratically increasing and decreasing. I learned to ignore these things once again to keep my sanity. I also told a few people, including my suite mates, but they would just laugh it off and thought I was loony. The second major event that I couldn't ignore happened in the early spring 2013. I never slept there again after this. Once again, laying on my side, sleepless but eyes closed, this time trying to relax around 2 a.m. All of a sudden, my phone lit up next to my bed and I opened my eyes to see no notifications. I immediately get an eerie feeling with chills down my spine and then hear my door handle jig. Next thing I see is a black but translucent figure of a little girl with pigtails coming through my door on the other side of the room. She skips over to my bed, swipes at my phone as it's still lit up, and skips away back through the door. My phone stayed in place next to my bed. I'm in a state of complete shock at this point, and my entire body is paralyzed in fear. Instantaneously, a tall figure of a man, at least 6 foot, appears standing still next to my bed in my line of sight. He was no more than 2 feet away from my head. I was staring at the side of his body, and he was facing the direction of the end of my bed. At first in slow motion, he starts running in place. He then starts moving his arms and legs progressively faster until his limbs are a blur. My heart is beating out of my chest as I'm realizing I need to nope the fuck out of there. As the man is still there, I rip my covers off, grab my phone, and sprint out of my room and go down the hall to my friend's apartment. She was French, a big skeptic and always up late, so I knew she would listen to my story. After I calm down, she convinces me to go back in the room because she thinks I'm bullshitting. We decide to sit down on my bed with all of the lights on, so she can prove to me how delusional I am. Within seconds, a loud bang rattles against my wall, as if somebody has thrown their body against the wall. We both jolted up and got the fuck out, and from then on, I slept on her couch. Fast forward to tonight, almost 10 years later. I meet up with an old mutual friend of one of my suite mates and catch up with him over a beer. He would sometimes crash on our couch back in college when he was too tired to walk home. I brought up for the first time to him that I stopped sleeping in my room because it was haunted. His eyes widened, and he told me one night he slept in my bed because I wasn't there and he was sick of the couch. He told me he didn't believe in ghosts until this night, and I asked him what he saw, and he said there were two spirits he saw. My heart sinks, and I start losing my breath from the memory of that room being brought up, from suppressing it for so long. He described the same scratching noises and his phone not being able to charge. Then, in the corner of the room appeared two figures of a tall man and a girl facing him. He jumped out of bed and never slept there again. I told him I saw the same two figures of a girl and a man, and we both freaked out and had full body chills. I thought that something was wrong in my brain and I had some sort of hallucinations until tonight. I now, without a doubt, believe in spirits that haven't moved on. Almost 20 years ago, I was in the midst of a divorce, and I'd been living with my parents for a few months. I managed to buy myself a cute little 2-bedroom Victorian house for me and my 13-year-old daughter, and eventually, moving day arrived. Over the 5 months I'd lived with my parents, I'd been buying new things for my home: essentials, saucepans, crockery, towels, bed linens, etc. I didn't want anything from my ex, so everything I had, I'd bought new. So, moving day came, and I had beds for me and my daughter coming from a local furniture shop and washing machine, a fridge, and a sofa. Everything else I got into my car and drove from my parents' house with boxes full of new pots, etc. And my mum was at the house unpacking and putting things away. The delivery men put my bed upstairs, and my mum decided to put my bedding on for me. So she opened the new sheets and duvet cover and made my bed. As she was brushing her hands over the newly made bed, she found a sewing needle which she pulled out of my bedding. She gave it to me and said it must have been in the packaging from the factory, which we all agreed seemed feasible. The following weekend I stripped my bed, washed it and dried it outside on the washing line. I fetched it in late afternoon and remade my bed. When I went to bed that night, I could feel something inside my pillowcase. I thought it was a small twig that had got caught in the washing whilst I was on the line near some shrubs. I put on the bedside lamp, and inside the pillowcase was another needle. I put it on the bedside cabinet and decided I'd worry about that tomorrow. The next day was Sunday, and as always, I went to my parents' house. For lunch, I told them about finding a second needle in my bed. The following weekend, I was busy as always, asking anyone who works all week, and they all seemed to spend the weekend doing laundry, grocery shopping, and cleaning. I was no different. I'd cleaned downstairs and was heading upstairs to clean the bedrooms and bathroom. Now, on my stairs there were wooden panels, wainscoting. It looked nice and it hid the uneven plasterwork. The top of the wainscoting was about waist high and was about an inch deep, just wide enough to gather dust, so I wiped the wainscoting as I cleaned downstairs. Then, when I went upstairs, I came down with a duster in my hand and wiped it over again. After running up and downstairs a few times, bringing laundry down, taking the clothes up, emptying the bathroom bin, etc., I finally finished, but I'd wipe that wainscoting ledge every time I'd pass it. I guess I was just so house proud of my own little lovely place. Anyway, final trip downstairs, and I noticed another sewing needle. Sitting on the top of the wainscoting ledge, there was a needle. Now, this is getting decidedly weird, so I added it to the other two on my bedside table. The next morning, I look at the 3 needles and think, wait until I tell Mum about this one. And I notice there's not 3 needles as there should be, but 4. Weirder and weirder. Several years later, my daughter was by then an adult with a baby of her own, and I was moving across the country. So I sold my darling house and obviously packed up. In a cupboard by my back door, there was my boiler, and I kept a few folding garden chairs and some old curtains. I pull out the curtains and see for the first time ever a tin, like a biscuit tin or a Quality Street chocolate tin, and inside there was some unfinished embroidery, and suddenly all the needles made sense. So I pack the tin with the unfinished embroidery and decide I'll make it my job to finish it. But I never did finish it, as when I unpacked at my new house, the tin had vanished. Maybe this isn't the creepiest of stories, but every word here is exactly how it happened. I never felt creeped out or spooked in my house though. When I was younger, maybe 10 or 11, we lived in a very large old Victorian house. The house had 5 floors, very long hallways on each floor, and old wooden flooring. There were always creepy sounds at night and weird power outages, but that can be attributed to the age of the house. We liked the house a lot. The first incident happened in the attic. We called it the attic, but in reality, it had a family room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a guest room. The 3rd floor stairs have a landing that leads to the attic door, which takes you up a flight of stairs, and you come up to a long hallway on your left that leads you to the family room at the end of the hall, and a large window on your right that the moonlight comes through. When you enter the family room, there's a spiral staircase that takes you to the top floor, which is just a dark, small room that we never used except for storage. One night, I was playing with my toys on the stairs of the 3rd floor, right next to the door that leads to the attic. We had a cat at the time. As I was playing, I heard scratching in the attic. Not wanting to get in trouble for her destroying a couch, I'm the one who asked for the cat. I opened the attic door and walked up the stairs to go find her. As soon as I reached the top of the stairs and turned down the long hallway, the scratching stopped and the power to the house went out. I was in total darkness. I put my back against the window and slid down and stared down the long hallway, terrified and waiting for the power to come on. As I slid down, I heard a very slow thump thump, the sound of someone walking down the spiral staircase. The sound is unmistakable because the steps are metal. The sound continued right behind the family door. I heard each step. The steps stopped, the family room door moved slightly, and immediately I felt this rush come over me. I got so cold and my heart started beating in such a way, I felt it actually move my chest. After a few seconds, the door bolted open and something started sprinting down the hallway at me. I couldn't see a thing, but I felt the movement. That feeling you get when something is near you. I remember that was the first time I ever felt like prey. My heart was in my throat, but I screamed as loud as I could, and as soon as it got close to me, the rush went away and cold left my body. My parents ran up the stairs, and after I told them what happened, they went to the breaker box and came up and looked all around and found no one. Nothing. But the handle on the family door room was broken, and the window behind me was cracked. It's possible I cracked it when I put my back to it to slide down, but it was cracked at a height I couldn't reach with my body at the time. The basement was the worst part of the house. It was one of those dreary, unfurnished concrete floor basements. It was as large as any first floor of a house. I mean, truly massive. When you open the door, the short stairs look like you're going into a cellar. And when you come down the stairs, you have to walk forward for several steps in the dark to find the string of the light and pull it. Even then, that light only illuminates the immediate area, not the rest of the basement. There are several lights like this the further you go, each one with a string to pull. To the left is the rest of the basement. It goes all the way back, and then there's a cove tucked to the left where the dogs sleep. It's out of the line of sight. Since there's a small window in the cove, it casts this bluish-black light in the morning and nights from the moon. One early morning, around 5 a.m, I had to go feed the dogs since my dad was out of town. I hated when it was my turn because the basements always gave me terrible feelings. I would always call the dogs to meet me at the stairs so I didn't have to walk down the stairs in the dark alone. I called for them, waited, and called again. They didn't come and I heard no sound. I walked down the stairs in the dark and held my hand out to find the string to pull the light. As I reached for the light, I saw movement at the end of the basement near the cove and my breath got caught in my chest. I pulled the light fast and the bulb popped
with a quick burst of light. At that moment, I saw a man standing at the end of the basement. He didn't disappear like in the movies, though, and I wish he had. In the dark, with a sliver of moonlight from the cove window, I could still see him standing there with his back to me. He didn't move at all, and his head was cocked to the left in such an unnatural way, at an angle where his neck had to be broken. He was probably 40 feet away from me. As I stood there, trying to force a scream through my throat that felt like it was locked up, I couldn't look away. And in those few seconds I stared, I saw it was less of a man and more of a thing. It had white, translucent skin and looked gangly. I pissed myself standing up. I lost all control. I think the peace snapped me out of it, because as I felt the warmth on my leg, I started backing away, and as I backed away, it sprinted to the left towards the cove where the dogs were, and I ran upstairs. Chipped my tooth falling into the stairs, still chipped to this day. I slammed the door shut and locked the latch. I called my mom down, and we called the dogs from the top of the stairs. No response. We went down there, and both dogs were huddled together in the corner of the cove, and it took 5 minutes to get them to leave the corner and come upstairs with us. We had to pull them apart and walk them with us holding their collars. The last one is short and simple, but probably the worst experience I had in that house. In the same basement there was a furnace room to the left of the stairs, about 15 feet away from the stairs. It's dark, cramped, and has all kinds of luggage and extra supplies in it. The day before Thanksgiving, we were preparing for our family to arrive. My mother sent me to get the Thanksgiving table decor, or whatever it's called. As I walked down the stairs, I saw the furnace room door was cracked. I stopped dead in my tracks. That door was never left open. We were always told to close it so the dogs don't go in it. Really, my parents made a big deal about it. I stayed on the stairs and stared at the door. I felt the hair on my neck raise and my fists clench out of instinct. As I stare, in the crack of the door, I see half a smile on one eye. The smile was so close to being human, but so far I can't explain it. It was as though something had been observing humans to mimic them, but couldn't get its face just right. As I ran up the stairs, I heard the creak of the furnace door opening further. Slammed and locked the door, and that was the last time I ever went in the basement. From that point on, my parents never made me go back in the basement again, and delegated my basement chores to my siblings. Even though I know that they didn't believe me, it was a nice gesture that I was thankful for. Since we moved, I've never experienced anything abnormal in our houses. I'm 26 now. I never had any issues with the paranormal since then. I like to rationalise by telling myself it was fear and my brain playing tricks on me, but part of me knows it wasn't. I work at a place where people between the age of 15 to 25 go to chat, kind of like a cafe. One night, I was chatting with one of our customers, if you can call them that, and I heard some noise from upstairs. It was weird, because just employees are allowed upstairs. I looked around just to see my co-worker looking at me. "You heard it too?" she said. "Yes," I answered. Since she had just been here for only 5 months and I've been there for 3 years, I decided I would have to go see by myself what's going on upstairs. So I stood up and started to walk toward the stairs, and then my heart stopped as I saw a shadow in the hallway. I knew I should have to run out of here, but I couldn't. I couldn't let my fear take over my rationalism. So I went upstairs. It was like 8 p.m, so it was dark, and of course the light switch was in the middle of the hall, and I forgot my phone downstairs. I forgot to mention where I work. During the day, there's a school for adults, and it's upstairs. So, walk past the classroom that is next to the light switch. I'm trying to find the light switch against the wall, when suddenly, I felt a cold hand touching mine. I was so scared I couldn't scream. I couldn't even move. That's when I felt a breath near my heart, and then someone whispered my name right next to my heart. That's when I screamed and ran downstairs. I went back where everyone was, and my coworker looked at me shocked. The place was now empty, and I looked at the clock and saw that it was almost 10 p.m., which is the time that we usually closed. My coworker said to me, I was starting to worry, like, what took you so long? I didn't know what to say. I lied to her and told her that I did some paperwork. I've been buried in DIY projects at home due to COVID and trying to cope with the depression from a long-term relationship that just ended. It's not rare to have things go missing in here, and I can surely take part of the blame because I've been juggling a lot of things in my mind. But it's not random things that go missing, no. It's always exactly what you need, right when you need it. Very simple examples. Placed an order for pickup and my keys go missing. Normal, right? How about when you put down your hammer and reach for it again without moving from your spot, but it's steps away now? Or having an entire saw that was plugged in go missing, only to be found days later in a random place. I live alone. This happens almost on a daily basis, and now I just ignore it, since I've got spares of everything. I just laugh it off and say, very funny, you got me, or something to that effect, if I spend more than 5 minutes looking for whatever disappeared. Sometimes it goes too far and I get mad and scold whatever it is that's fucking with me. I took this attitude after someone told me they felt it was a young girl playing games and she didn't mean any harm. Obviously my friend is crazy and weird, but I'm comfortable with the child ghost over some old creep. At first it was scary and sucked, but now I think there's a somewhat healthy relationship and coexistence going on here. My ex has also had experiences when she lived here, and the new neighbours upstairs already have a story of their own within the first month. One day, one of my projects required me to be up at 6 a.m. sharp to start the next phase, but my power had gone out overnight, and I was up late watching videos on my phone. Recipe for disaster. My project was a few months in the making, and I would have lost all my work if I didn't get up in time. It was a hot night, so I slept above the covers of my belly with an entire leg hanging off my bed. I'm depressed, I don't care. I lost the boogeyman pulling your leg feeling a while ago. So I was laying on my arms, my left arm was crossed over my chest, and my right was across my belly. This is important because I tried to replicate it after I woke up, and you can too. It's impossible. So something grabbed my leg and flipped me over so hard that I landed on my back, still on the bed though. I got flipped like a flapjack, or more like a paper triangle football game where you try to hit it to the end of the table and flip it while a piece of it dangles off the edge. I got frickin' flipped. I woke up mid-air and saw my doorway and then the ceiling. As soon as I landed on my back and opened my eyes completely though, I noticed the sun coming out and got up without a second thought. I ran to my project in the other room thinking I overslept. Noticing the lights went out and got everything back on to find out it was 5:55 a.m. and I had 5 minutes to spare. I feel like the ghost had my back. I never once felt scared, but just a bit creeped out. I've tried to do that flip a few times, but I can't go from my belly to my back while laying on both my arms, with one leg dangling in one smooth motion. It's impossible. I lived above my aunt and cousins on the second floor of their multi-family house. One Saturday morning when I was about 12, I got up before my mother started her early morning weekend cleaning routine. So I ran downstairs to wake up my younger cousin to play on his N64. She wouldn't fetch me to do chores if I was already all the way downstairs. I played video games with my cousin every weekend, but normally at night time, and we'd play until the next morning. Anyway, I got downstairs that morning and opened the door to their house, and everything was silent but bright. The sun illuminated the entire place like I've never seen before, especially shining out of my aunt's room. It was such a tremendous glow. I started making my way to my cousin's room. I didn't think much of it at the moment though. Both bedrooms are across from each other at the end of the hall, so I was just going to knock on my cousin's door and peek into my aunt's open bedroom to say hi. Before I got halfway there, my aunt walked out, dressed up like she was heading out somewhere. She looked like an angel with the sun beaming behind her and the dress shining so bright. It was a red, tight, what I call a spaghetti strap dress. It was no later than 9 a.m. though, and this was evening wear. She said, "Good morning, Pappy. How are you today?" We had a normal conversation. I told her I wanted to wake up my cousins, and she said, "Oh, they just went to Blockbuster to drop off and pick up a few more games and movies with their dad a few minutes ago." This was a normal routine for them, which is why I was always downstairs. Normally they did that at night though, and I'd go with them, but again, didn't think much of it. At this point, we had walked back towards the entrance but sat on a couch to talk. I didn't want to seem rude and just leave when I didn't find my cousins, so I sat down for a chat. Eventually I got bored and said, "Okay, Tia, I'll be back in a few, whenever they get back. Gonna go upstairs and check on my mom. I'll see you soon." She smiled, said okay, and we gave each other a kiss on the cheek to say goodbye. I got upstairs and ran right into my mother as soon as I opened the door while she was cleaning. She immediately flipped out and yelled, "Where the fuck were you doing down there? I told you that's not your house. Don't ever go down there when no one is home." Yeah, okay, I'm winning this one. Told her I just spoke to my aunt, so I can't get in trouble. She's downstairs. My mother almost smacked me. Thought I was lying, so I said, "Let's go down and ask her." Oh, my mother was so game to catch me out in a lie. We went down there, but it's silent, and the sun was no longer shining as bright throughout the house. I call out to my aunt and my mother just crosses her arms, picturing the ass beating I'm about to get. No response. I tried again and started searching. My face was turning pale and my mother started to notice this wasn't a game for me. She asked me what I did for so long when I was down there, alone, so I told her about my conversation with my aunt. I told her what she said, where we sat and what she was wearing. She was skeptical, but I insisted on calling her. I swore up and down that I wasn't lying. It wasn't even about escaping my ass beating for lying, and she started to realise it. She grabbed me and we ran upstairs to call my aunt. Cell phones were just beginning to be a thing. She asked my aunt where she was, and my aunt said everyone left to New York around 7 a.m, and she was at the tailor picking up a dress she left after buying it for tonight's event. Just like my mother already knew, but I had no clue of my aunt's plans. She asked my aunt if she had seen me this morning, as she turned to look at me with her squinted eyes. My aunt said no. I flipped. I yelled loud enough for my aunt to hear me over the phone. "Tia, you saw me. I saw you in the dress, the red one. It was thin. You kissed me goodbye. You said Blockbuster. My mom doesn't believe me." I wasn't sure what I was afraid of now. The confusion of who I was actually talking to down there, or my mother about to beat my ass for lying. But I think we all had a sinking feeling in our gut at that moment. At this point, they're both shaken and confused because they know she was gone before I made it down there. But I had a description of her dress and makeup like I was staring right at her. She bought that dress in New York a week earlier and left it there to be fixed. No one ever saw this dress except for her and the tailor. We've had minor things happen in this house before. Things move, lights go on and off, but this was beyond anything anyone had ever experienced, and it was coming from a kid, not the adults. We couldn't explain it. My mother begged my aunt to come back home and not attend the event that evening. She refused because it was her husband's family thing, but agreed to not have a single drink and check in every hour or so. When this happens in my culture, it's called la despedida, or the goodbye before departing from this world. We were afraid my aunt's soul said goodbye to me before it ever happened. Thank goodness nothing ever did happen. It's about 18 years later and she's still here with me, celebrating every holiday and event. She's my only aunt. I think an angel sent a message through me that only my aunt would have understood or something. A warning of some sort. You never know what people are thinking or going through or whatever. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe it was nothing. I'm glad it happened though. To this day, I still feel the kiss on my cheek. It just felt normal. Just to know I felt it at all is what bugs me the most. You can see things all day, but when you physically feel something you can't explain, freaky. My first experience was a UFO sighting at 6 years old, during summer vacation. I'd recently made friends with a local kid in my neighbourhood who was a little older than me, and we hung out almost every day that summer. I believe it was August that this happened. We were walking to my childhood home for supper, and we got to my yard. We decided to stop in my yard and look at the clouds for a bit, because we had some time to kill before supper. So we sat on the lawn and watched the overcast sky and talked. I know it wasn't long after we started looking up that we saw this large object, very low in the sky, silent float overhead. It's hard to describe what it looked like. I thought it might have been a satellite. It looked like a ball with one large wing-like piece coming out of it, and it was spinning with the ball staying in the centre and the wing moving around the outside. Again, I thought it was a broken satellite that was coming down and crashing. In my mind at the time, that seemed impossible. It almost filled the sky as it went overhead, and it seemed like it was going to crash in the woods behind my house. We didn't hear a crash, but we decided we had to go check it out and see what happened. I can't remember anything after walking into the woods. Next is an odd experience as a kid that I don't remember really, but lasted till I was around 11 years old, where I would tell my mom about people I was seeing in my room all the time, and I was usually quite scared at night. My parents took me to a lot of therapy and stuff, assuming something was wrong with my head, and that I just needed help, but almost every person I spoke with never had an answer, and just recommended someone else I should go see. While I don't remember much of these experiences, I do remember waking up upside down in my bed multiple times after having horrific dreams, and I knew I didn't go to sleep like that. Then, when I was 13, I became close friends with a kid in my class who was fairly wealthy, and I would spend most weekends at his house. His house was weird. He lived way out in the middle of nowhere, and his family had a massive home with the entire ground floor being their business, which was a retirement home with around 30 rooms. The place was like a resort with pools and trampolines for us kids, and tons of beautiful landscape work. But many times we had weird things happen at night. Laying on the trampoline at night and seeing odd lights in the sky, strange flashes, finding odd things in the woods around his home, strange visitors at night, all kinds of stuff. But by far the oddest thing was one night we were hanging out in his sister's room, and I left to grab something from the guest room. And when I came out, I could see into the kitchen. I saw a tall person in a white nightgown with long grey hair standing by the phone, looking like they were reading the notes written there. Then they turned and walked deeper into the kitchen out of my view. We were home alone, and I was wondering who it was, so I walked into the room to see. And the room was empty. There was nowhere they could have gone. I was pretty freaked out by this, but when I told my friends, the only one who believed me was my friend who lived there. He told me it sounded like I saw Gwen, a woman who had passed away the week before and would always try to come upstairs into their home. The next few years were quiet as I became a teenager who was out partying a lot, until I eventually went down the dark road of my addiction for a number of years. In my early 20s, I went to rehab, and over a few years eventually cleaned up. I had moved back in with my parents eventually, around 2014, and one summer night we had a fire outside, and around 9:30 we went to head back inside. But me and my father stopped on the back deck to have a smoke. Now the past 2 or 3 months before this night, I'd become entrenched in UFO topics again, reading as much as possible and watching the sky every night when I go smoke, to see if I could catch anything, but hadn't seen anything convincing. But this night, as me and my dad talked, my dad cut me off mid-sentence with a "Look, what's that?" I turned my head to see a large black triangle with a solid white light in each corner slowly glide out from behind trees and watch it silently drift in front of the moon until it went behind more trees on the other side of our property. After talking to my father-in-law, who has worked on aircraft for nearly 40 years and know pretty much everything in our local skies, he said he had seen it rise up vertically before it started to move forward, like it had just lifted off the ground like a Harrier jet. But it was totally silent, and it was so close we really should have been almost deafened by it if it was a traditional craft. My father had never believed in UFOs and hated when I talked about them, but that night changed everything for him. Now, the rest of my experiences are dreams, and I know the rules and don't put too much faith in dreams being much more than chemicals in the brain. But that said, I've had some weird shit happen that I'm still freaked out about. Firstly, being a kid, I would often dream about the future, and I can remember multiple occasions of recognizing the moment I had dreamed this, and then predicting what was about to happen. Like picking up the phone because I knew it was about to ring. But this other dream in particular just seems too important not to talk about, because I think about it at least once a week. Not long after the UFO sighting, I had a dream where I was a kid again, playing at the house I grew up in, and I was with a little girl who wasn't anyone I knew as a kid or at any point in my life. I can remember feeling so happy and so much love from her, and we were just playing in my yard. I remember telling her how great she is and that I loved her, and everything seemed to stop. And she locked eyes with me and began to explain how she is love. But to truly love and appreciate her, I need to also love her opposite, fear and pain. Because without them, she doesn't exist and she needs them. I just felt this powerful understanding, and like she was trying to make me understand how important contrast is to life and existence, and that you can't have one thing without the other, so you need to appreciate both. I struggled to believe this was an idea I had in my own head, because I still struggled to comprehend it. Right after she finished telling me this, I woke up. Not long after this, I moved out and went back to school. I had an apartment in a city and things were going well, and I hadn't thought about any weirdness in a year or more. One night, though, I woke up in the night, but it was unlike any other time I've woken up. It was like I was frozen, and I've never before or since had sleep paralysis, but it was like I could just slightly open my eyes. As I did, I saw this small red point of light float into my room through the window and come up to the side of my bed. Then I fell back to sleep. It was only recently that I saw an abduction story where someone talked about the same thing, seeing a floating light come into their room, and in hypnotic regression, they said it was an alien, but I don't know if that's what I saw. That last experience was about 4 years ago, and not much has happened since. I have the odd strange dream now and then, but nothing as vivid as previously mentioned. I'm not sure how much of what any of this means, or what it was, and I tried to stay fairly open to any explanation, including incredible and totally normal ones. But I find it strange whenever I meet someone who's had zero experiences that they'd consider paranormal, when it seems like I've had more than I can recall.